Let's get our GarageBand on now. What's the matter? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to Studio Live today and part 2 of our big GarageBand of the GarageBand Quick Jam tutorials that I put out here on the channel. Now, these are little bite-sized chunks of tutorials. They're all in a playlist that's linked down in the description. So if you want to just jump around, you want to just catch the quick videos, you can do that. But if you're down for it, for the next probably 3 to 4 hours, we are going to sit here. We're going to go through 36 of these. In the last video, we did 1 to 40. You can catch up on that later. This time around, we're going to do 41 to 76. Yes, we've got 76 videos in this series, and we're going to go through all of them. So if you are learning GarageBand, if you are a beginner, an amateur, or even a GarageBand guru, you might pick up a thing or two that's going to help your GarageBand workflow. Hello to the folks who are here live. If you do have anything that you wanted to add in or any questions as we go through, you are welcome to do that. You can throw those right here in the chat as we go through. And today will be brought to you by me and the GarageBand Beginner's Guide. So if you are looking for a way to kickstart your GarageBand creativity journey, then you can use that link there. That'll take you to my GarageBand Beginner's Guide, just $10, and it's 5 hours of curated content about all things GarageBand. So if you want to get a leg up and you don't have a whole lot of time, that could be something to check out, and you'll be supporting me and the channel here at the same time. All right, let's jump over and crack on, shall we? Because we're going to start this week with this one here. This was a quick jam about the overdrive effect. So just to recap, we were going through all the different built-in effects in GarageBand. At the end of the last show, we touched on the bit crusher, the chorus, and the distortion effect. And as you can see there, I've got my Marshall amp ready to go. We're going to be talking about the overdrive effect in GarageBand iOS. So, as we like to say, take it away past Pete, and let's learn how to use the overdrive effect here in GarageBand iOS.
Once upon a time, the only way to get an overdriven signal was to grab a valve amp and overdrive that sucker by turning up the gain. Thankfully, we now have the overdrive effect here in GarageBand iOS. So in this GarageBand for iOS Quick Jam, we're going to take a look at the overdrive effect. Let's go. As mentioned in the opening there, overdrive is derived from tube amplifiers, where you actually drive the gain or the volume up so loud that it's actually starting to overload or overdrive the signal. And it's used a lot for guitars and in guitar-based rock to create that real crunchy, gritty sound that's not as extreme as distortion, but it's still giving you that additional drive and additional sound that you're looking for. And if you haven't checked out the distortion effect video, that one will be linked up above and down below, and there'll also be a link at the very end of this video so you can check that one out too. But for now, let's jump in and add an overdrive effect to this rhythm guitar. At the moment, it sounds like this. So a very nice, clean guitar sound. But what if we want to give this a little bit of additional drive without going as extreme as distortion? Well, here we go. We'll go into our settings and our plugins and EQ. We'll hit edit and we'll add our overdrive effect this time. Now you'll notice, if you've seen the distortion effect, that our controls here are exactly the same. We have 3 controls. We have our drive, which is how many decibels of additional gain that we're pushing the sound. We have our tone, which controls between 20 Hertz and 20,000 Hertz, which is the bass or treble frequency at which the tone will start overdriving. And then we have our makeup gain output at the end, where we can drive this signal up. So what I'm going to do is we'll double tap to put these back to our defaults, and let's play this back with its default overdrive settings.
Handy tip. Double tap for default.
So you can hear that the effect is quite subtle. It doesn't add as much distortion as distortion, but it does give it a bit of extra crunch. Let's drive up this drive now and see if we can add some additional overdrive.
Don't forget to drive your drive.
And now let's adjust the tone to get a balance between the bass and treble frequencies. There we go. And you'll see that I also upped the output gain up by 3 dB, which you'll need to do sometimes, especially if you're dropping that tone knob. You'll need to up your output knob to compensate for some of that lost gain from adjusting the tone. Now, overdrive is not just for guitars. In fact, one of my favorite uses for the overdrive effect is vocals. So let's grab our lead vocal here. Now, at the moment, our lead vocal sounds like this.
And if I just look around, I might have seen the trap.
Which is an okay tone. It's actually already got a little bit of drive built in there to the microphone sound, but if we want to add some additional drive, we can do the same thing again. Let's go in here, let's go to our plugins and EQ, and we'll go to Edit, and now we can press Add, and go down to our Overdrive, and let's play this back with the default Overdrive now.
And if I just look around,
So probably a bit too extreme, yeah, but if we drive this down, drive it down, and then do the same with our tone, let's just take a listen and adjust this and see if we can get a little bit of additional crunch just to make our vocals sit out in the mix.
I might have seen the trap, but sometimes it just doesn't matter when...
So you can hear it's just adding that rough edge to the vocal, which can actually really help it, along with some compression and some other effects that we've talked about here before. You can actually get your vocal to really sit nicely in the mix. Let's pop it back in the mix and take a listen.
You've lost the map. It's a matter of trust, and I don't have enough time to commit.
So you can see there that we've got a little bit more work to do to adjust the tone, but already you can hear that it's making a difference to that tone. So you can try overdrive on guitars, on vocals, on drums, on synth, on bass, whatever you want. It just gives you a more subtle version of a distorted and a peaking effect that can be really good, especially in rock music and in other sort of hard and heavy genres of music. And there you go.
And there you go. Yes, I learned from last week that we don't need my outros because I used to spend too much time saying, "Oh, there you go. That's now let's talk about what I just talked about." Not necessary, Pete. You just said it. But yeah, there you go. That's the distortion effect, not the distortion, the overdrive effect. I didn't really do it justice there, to be honest, because it sounded kind of crappy after I added it. But I think I had the wrong song that I actually chose to do it. But I do actually use it all the time, and it is actually built in. So if you add a lead vocal, I was just playing around with this at the time while we were watching that one. If you come in here and add a new track, what you'll notice is if you use the default lead vocal audio recorder track, you've got drive built in, and this is actually overdrive. So if you go in here to your plugins and EQ, wrong one. And take a look, it's actually overdrive that's doing this. And adding a little bit of overdrive to usually the top end can actually really help your vocals. If you've ever recorded through a digital interface and you're like, this sounds good, but they're almost too clean, like they're almost too digital, and you want to add a little warmth, you can use a saturator. But yeah, sometimes just a little bit of overdrive can actually help it because it gives it a little bit of that, more of that analog warmth and overdriven tone that's going to work out for you. So thought I would just show that. Hello to everyone who is here live. We'll do a quick roll call. If you are here watching and you haven't said g'day, please do throw your, just let me know where you are and where you're calling from. Hello caller. No, this isn't a call-in show. Maybe it should be though one day. Sing along, ES, hello to you. Gary Hubbs will be missing it because he's en route. He's on his way to Tim Hortons to buy some Timbits. Because Canadian stereotypes. I'm sorry. Sorry to all my Canadian friends. Hello, Dr. Zorders, The Blessing Norway. Hello to you. Art times 2, Mr. Tom Rochelle, Evan Turno, Joe Glenn, The Blessing Norway. Who have I missed? Did I miss anyone? Barry Glenn is dropping on in there. TYGFE, hello to you. There you go. We've got Joe Glenn from Canabar and Evan over on the East Coast there. Yeah, sort of functions like saturation at lower gain. Absolutely. Sith Vasquez, hello to you from Mexico. I hope you're doing well down there in Mexico. Ken Taylor from Michigan. Continue to throw, if you're watching here live, continue to let us know where you're dialing in from, and we'll say good day to you. Is The Blessing Norway? Are you from Norway? If you're from Sweden, that would be super weird, just quietly. But maybe that would actually be more interesting. Let's move on to our next one, because we've got a cool effect coming up here. We're going to be looking at the Tremolo effect next, and this is probably an underused effect, but it's a very cool one. And yeah, especially on guitars, but you can also use this on some synths. And take it away. We'll take it away. Previous Pete. I talked in the last one, around this time period, I had an allergic reaction to the paint that we'd just painted our house with. So if I'm looking a little bit rosy red there, it's not that I just slammed, a couple of glasses of sherry before I did the show. It was because I was a little bit sensitive. All right, let's jump in and take a look at the Tremolo. How to use the Tremolo plugin in GarageBand iOS.
The tremolo effect will make your volume go up and down, creating a wobble type effect, and it does it a lot better than I'm doing it right now. So let's go with a GarageBand Quick Jam about tremolo.
You're a lame one, Johnson.
So first of all, what is a tremolo effect? Well, a tremolo changes our sound by adjusting the volume of the sound. It's used in guitars for things like surf rock. It's often confused with vibrato, which is similar but different. Vibrato is around the pitch of the note, whereas tremolo adjusts the volume. So let's dive in now and take a look at the tremolo effect here in GarageBand. So let's demonstrate tremolo on this lead guitar. At the moment, it sounds like this. But let's add some tremolo to give it a little bit more color. So we're going to go into our mixer icon at the top here. We're going to go plugins and EQ, tap on edit, and now we can add by tapping on the green plus button, scroll down and tap on tremolo. And here is our tremolo with its default settings. Now, if we leave it with these default settings, it's going to sound a bit like this. So you can hear it has that wavering, that wobble type effect of the volume coming in and out. We can use these three settings here to change the effect and to give it a different feel. First of all, the depth is the amount of effect that's actually going to be applied. So if we want something a bit more subtle, we can dial that down. Or for something more extreme, let's dial it all the way up. And you'll see there that the depth impacts how much gain reduction or volume decrease we get with this effect. So if we want a large volume increase, we add the depth high. And if we want a low volume increase for a subtle effect, we make it low. Now the rate setting controls the speed of the tremolo. So on the right side here, it's in a number of hertz. So a low amount here will be a very slow tremolo effect like this. Or if we want a faster tremolo effect, we can dial this right up and we get a very fast tremolo. And if we double tap, it goes back to 0. Now, if we go to the left here, we can actually dial it into a type of note. So if we want, say, a quarter note tremolo, we drop this down to a quarter, and then the tremolo effect will match the quarter note of the tempo of our song like this.
That's awesome.
Pretty cool. And you'll notice that with our rate, we can dial it down not only to a type of note, but even right down to a number of bars if we want a particularly long tremolo effect. And the T or D next to some of these stands for triplet or dotted, which is just a different way of measuring the beats. And you get a slightly different effect based on whether you select the standard, the dotted, or the triplet. And finally, the stereo phase setting can go anywhere from 180 down to minus 180 degrees, and it will control where in the stereo spectrum the tremolo will sit. Now, this recording's in mono, so you may not hear much, but let's just play back and I'll adjust that now.
Sounds the same.
And there you go. As with all of these effects, you can use them on any virtual instrument, any recorded instrument, any track you like here in GarageBand. So experiment with tremolo, throw it on some different instruments and see what sort of cool sounds you can make.
Yes, you can make. And then Pete does his outro. Yeah, the tremolo. I forgot how many features the tremolo actually had, and that you could actually tie it into like your quarter notes and your eighth notes. Well, I'll bring it up and we'll have a little play with the tremolo in a moment, just because, this isn't going to be long enough already. We're going to add in stuff to add some value here. But yeah, first of all, hello to some folks who've jumped on in. Hello, Jade, who's dropped into the chat here. And where were we up to? We're saying where people are from. Yeah, it's a world music party. We got people from everywhere. South Florida, we got Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Go Pens, eh? That was the worst Pittsburgh accent ever. So you are from Sweden. You live in Sweden, but you're from Norway because you're pandemic stuck. Yeah, okay, I hear you. Calling from Monterey, California. Thank you very much, Mark Parsons Jr. Glad to be here. Glad to have you here. Doctor's Orders over in the UK, as is Night Train 1988 in Devon. Previous Pete could be a band name, right? Yeah, exactly. Tampa, Florida. Florida representing here tonight. Well done to the Panthers, who have taken the series to a game 6, which should be cracker tomorrow, Tampa Bay versus Florida. Just to date this video, when you're watching in the future, you'll be like, huh? What is he talking about? Barry Smith, yeah, we don't know. I don't think it's coming. I'm going to say that now. I think that we've got our hopes up now, and Logic will never come to the iPad. Just to be contrary. But no, let's jump over and take a look at this. So yeah, the cool thing about the tremolo effect, as you saw there, and so the reason that wasn't in stereo, let's just pan this track to the center. The reason that wasn't in stereo is that the screen recorder that I used to do these back in 2018 only had mono, whereas now your screen recorder's actually got stereo. So if we actually do this now, what am I looking for? Tremolo. So now if I do this, and I'd forgotten that you could do that. I've forgotten that you could make the rate tie in with the actual notes. That's actually pretty cool. That's good stuff. So let's do this to a quarter note here. We'll pump the volume, and let's take a listen to this organ and try a little bit of tremolo on this one, shall we? Turn it up. Nice. You can do it like a 1 bar, so it's doing that. And with your stereo phase, that's cool. I actually like that. I dig that. So it's even cooler than what I demonstrated there. Double tap, double tap, double tap. All right. Let's move on to our next one, shall we? Yeah, try it out. Yeah, that's the tremolo in GarageBand. Yep, no, all of these ones that we're doing right now are the default standard plugins right here in GarageBand. So you have these. Everyone has these. That's the cool thing. You've got all these. They're just these ones that you have here on the effects side. So that's the ones we're going through right now. These 10 100% free effects that we have here in GarageBand. So let's move on to the next one. Bloop. Come back over here. We're now going to look at the vocal transformer. Now, this is a bit of a longer video, but it's a cool one. A vocal transformer is a cool plugin. So let's jump in and take a look and a listen at this one now. The vocal transformer effect here in GarageBand iOS is definitely one of the more fun effects to use, but it can also have some pretty practical purposes. So in this GarageBand for iOS Quick Jam, we're going to be taking a look at the vocal transformer, and stick around to the end to listen to a version of a Pete Johns track that you're never going to hear anywhere else. Ooh. Let's go. I must have just watched a video about how to put a tease to get people to watch to the end. So what is the vocal transformer effect? Well, the vocal transformer, as its name suggests, transforms a vocal sound by adjusting the pitch and the formant, which is like the tone or the timbre of the sound. And it can be used not only on vocals, but on any other instrument that you can add this effect to. So let's dive in now and take a look at how we apply this effect and some uses for it here in GarageBand. Now, like most of our effects here, the way we can add this is we tap on the mixer icon in the top left here, we scroll down to plugins and EQ, and then if we tap on edit, we can actually add a new plugin here. So let's tap add and select the vocal transformer plugin, and now we can apply this to this vocal lead. So at the moment, with no effect added, our vocal sounds like this. Intoxication has got me under. So let's now add our vocal transformer by coming back in here, turning that on. Now you'll notice that we have two different settings here. We can adjust the pitch and the formant. So the pitch is going to adjust by a certain number of semitones up or down. So if we play this back now, I'm going to adjust this up slowly up to 12 semitones, which will be a complete octave. Somebody's wicked little smell. Timbre. Anticipation of what it could be. So apart from sounding rather humorous, it can change the pitch of our vocal. Now our formant control changes the timbre, which basically means it will change the way, the characteristics of the tone. So it won't change the pitch, but it will make it sound a bit higher sounding or lower sounding. Let's drop our pitch back to 0 and we'll adjust the formant up and see what this does. B has got me going round the bend. So that's where we get that sort of chipmunk or that Mickey Mouse kind of sound by adjusting our formant up. Now we can do the same thing by going down. Diction, so warm and comforting, don't want to be without it, no. and we get a very low kind of sound in our voice. So these are interesting, but perhaps not particularly useful unless you're doing a very particular type of song or need a particular type of effect here. So why don't we show you now a real world example of where we can actually use the vocal transformer. So to do this, let's take the transformer off of this vocal, and then what we're going to do is let's duplicate this lead vocal. So we'll tap duplicate, we'll scroll in or zoom in, as some people like to say. We'll select this vocal here, we're going to copy it, and we're going to paste it carefully in the same location on this track. And if you want to know about editing, copying and pasting, as always, I've got other quick jams that you can check out about the editing features here in GarageBand. Now that we have this second track here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add that vocal transformer effect back in just to this second track. What I'll do is let's drop the pitch down to -12, which is 12 semitones or a whole octave, and we'll drop the formant down by about -6. So by itself, this second vocal sounds like this now. Intoxication that got me under. So probably not the best sound that we want, but what we can do is if we drop this down to a lower volume underneath our main vocal, we get a sound like this. Has got me under somebody's wicked little spell. Anticipation. And when we put that back into our full mix of what it could be has got me going round the bell. It's not really present, you don't hear it a lot, but it just adds a little bit more depth and texture to our sound. So we can do this with vocals, or we can do it with any other sort of instrument to just add in an additional sound. Still haven't come across anyone who says octave potato, like we did here, or a certain number of semitones above or below to add some harmony and some extra character to our tracks. So you may have noticed as we've been demonstrating here that this effect does introduce some artifacts and some sort of digital sound that doesn't sound particularly great. So I wouldn't use this as your primary sounds, because you're going to start getting those clicks and pops that are going to make your overall mix sound a bit bad. But if you use these as a lower volume additional instrument or additional sound, I think they can sound great and really bring your tracks to life. And finally, what about our other instruments? Well, let's take a listen to this bass track as it is at the moment. So pretty cool, and we could do something similar here. I won't do the full process, but what we'd probably do is if we left that original bass there and came in and added our transformer, what we could do is give a second tone that's an entire octave lower that'll sound like this. You can duplicate and just put it on a little bit of a track. Dawn, totally. And there you go. By itself, it's not going to sound great, but mixed back in, it could give us that sub bass that'll give this song a bit more kick and a bit more drive in certain parts. And using this method also means that we could come in and use our automation so that we don't need that effect or that second track on all the time. If we did this with vocals or an instrument, we could add it in only at certain parts of the song where we want that additional drive. And if you'd like to learn how to use automation to automate the volume of your tracks, once again, there's a video linked up above and down below. Okay, let's finish up with something a little bit fun. This may be the only time that you hear this version of In Time by Pete Johns.
But in time, we can all be friends again, and maybe even best friends if we try.
And there you have it, the vocal track. Oh dear, I did have fun back then. You can't say that I wasn't enjoying myself, and hopefully passing on some tips as well. So yeah, vocal transformer, I mean, the quality you get there is not as good as if you use one of the more, I guess, high-level, high-end vocal apps. So there are a lot of other voice apps. I know Jade showed a bunch on her channel. There's a bunch out there if you wanted to pay for some of those voice apps. But yeah, for something built in and free, can't argue with the price, right? I'm just showing you this picture because that's actually the Adelaide, the South Parklands, right behind, well, not right behind, but near where I used to work. And back in 2018 and 2019, I had a full-time day job. So I would literally create a quick jam video in my lunch break. I'd then walk home from work and I'd edit it in LumaFusion on my way home, just using the screen recording and the video footage that I got there. By the time I got home, I would upload it to YouTube. I'd add my tags and metadata and everything, and then schedule it to release the next morning. So that was how I did videos back in the day and still managed to hold down a full-time job, is that I'd use every skerrick of time. I'd use my mornings, I'd use my lunch breaks, and I'd use my after times. Yeah, that one's a hit. Absolutely. Can I go over the location again? Watch the next one because they're all in the same spot here, Evan. So you'll pick it up as we go through because each one Do Waves work in GB? I think there's some Waves plugins. I think formally, are these the ones Jade will probably know? There's some plugins that say formally we don't work in GarageBand, but if they're AUV3, in my experience, they generally tend to work. Your mileage may vary, but I've definitely found that they work. I think we take a little bit of a journey here and go over to auto tune, because the next one's actually about pitch control that we're going to talk about. So this is pitch control, aka auto tune, aka enhanced tuning. It goes by a number of names, but yeah, this is how you can fix those problems if you are having problems with your pitching of not only your voice, but your instruments. This is what you can use pitch control for. So let's jump in here. This is tip number 44, pitch control in GarageBand iOS.
Auto-tune, or as it's known here in GarageBand, enhanced tuning or pitch control. Whether you love it, whether you hate it, it's a good idea to know how to use it. So in this GarageBand quick jam, I'm going to show you how we can use the auto-tune-like features here in GarageBand on the iPhone or the iPad. Let's go.
If I ever lose my voice, I'll just be able to talk with my hands.
So what is auto-tune or enhanced tuning or pitch control all about? Well, as these names suggest, what they do is that they analyze the frequency or the pitch of a note and then adjust it so that it matches the closest note, which means if you've got a vocal track, for example, that is slightly off key or off pitch, it's going to enhance that and bring it back onto the notes to make your vocals sound better. Now, the reason some people don't like this is because they consider it cheating, or perhaps they think it's overused in commercialized processed pop music. But whatever your opinion, it's a good idea to know that it's here and how to use it, because you can use it in a subtle way that's just going to give your tracks that additional bit of polish that they may need. Now, unlike our other plugins and effects, they're not actually available in our standard spot. So if we go edit here and we go to add a new effect, they are not part of our default GarageBand effects. They're only available in 2 of our vocal audio recorder presets. So let's show you how we can enable these in a vocal audio recorder track now. So here we are on our main track view screen. We're going to tap on the plus icon here, and then in audio recorder under more sounds, we're going to tap there, and now under vocals, the 2 that we're looking for are lead vocals and radio ready. Let's tap on radio ready, and you'll notice this pitch control knob right here in the middle, which we can dial all the way from the bottom all the way up to full. And this correlates with, if we tap on our mixer icon and go to plugins and EQ, this enhanced tuning option that we have here. So if we tap that to turn it off, our pitch control goes grey, and we can tap it to turn pitch control back on. So here is how we can enable the pitch control or the enhanced tuning here in GarageBand. And now here's one I prepared earlier. This is the vocal lead track that we have on this particular song. And if we go into our plugins and EQ, we can see that enhanced tuning is on there. Now to get over to our microphone settings, we tap on the little microphone icon here in the top left. And now we can see our pitch control over here. If we tap the mixer, we can get full range of controls on here. Or if we tap the mixer again, we can view them back here in our plugins and EQ as well. So let's dial this all the way down, and I'll play back the vocal as it is without any enhanced tuning.
Intoxication has got me under somebody's wicked little spell.
Now let's enable our enhanced tuning and then tap on our microphone to go in and dial up what's already up, our pitch control to around about a quarter, and let's play back that same piece of audio and hear the difference.
Intoxication has got me under somebody's wicked little spell.
So you can hear that it's just taken some of those notes and just shifted them slightly up or slightly down to make them in line. Now some of that made it sound a little bit artificial, so what I would probably do is dial this back so that there's just a small amount of pitch control, which means that it's not going to shift as much and it's not going to do it as frequently, and then we get a sound like this.
Anticipation of what it could be has got me going round the bend.
So it sounds very much like the original natural vocal, but it's just slightly tweaking some of those notes to make it sound even better. So a little bit of pitch control goes a really long way. Let's go nuts now and let's T-Pain this sucker and turn our pitch control all the way up and take a listen to what will happen if you use too much enhanced tuning here in GarageBand.
My addiction, so warm and comforting, don't want to be without it now.
So not the sort of sound that you'd want to go for unless you're trying to actually make that sound as a particular effect. But you can see here that just by adding a little bit of pitch control, we can enhance our vocals and enhance our ability to hit the right notes here in GarageBand. Now, what about a track like this one where I used punchy presence originally and therefore I don't have the enhanced tuning? Well, we've got a couple of options here. First and most easy option is to come in, go to our punchy presence and change this to radio, ready or lead vocals, and then we'll have our enhanced tuning control. The other thing that we can actually do is we can create a new track and make this one, by tapping more sounds, a lead vocal or radio ready, and then we can actually copy our old audio from this track down to this track. And if you want to learn how to do copying, pasting, and other editing functions, you can check those out in the links above and below. But what that'll mean is that we can copy audio that's from a track that's not got enhanced tuning into this new track that does have enhanced tuning. And of course, you know what this means, you're probably ahead of me, but we can actually add auto-tune to a track that's not necessarily a vocal track. So let's grab this guitar by copying it, and let's paste this down in this track here. Tap, we'll hit paste, and now we have our clean guitar sound here on this track, and we can actually go in and add some enhanced tuning. So we'll tap on the microphone here, we'll go, let's put our pitch control all the way up and just see what happens to our poor guitar if we use a little bit of auto-tune.
Fun times. Yeah, we'll stop it there because that's basically all of the info. Yeah, it is. I've never really used it that effectively on an instrument, but yeah, I've actually got a question for you. So, have you used auto-tune before? Do you use auto-tune regularly? I would love to get your opinion. We'll jump into the next one, but while we're watching the next video, let me know your opinion. Auto-tune yes, or auto-tune no, or auto-tune sometimes. Do you use it? Do you condone it? Do you think it's cheating? I'll tell you my view on it. You can probably guess, but I'll tell you my view on it afterwards. Yeah, thank you. Cripes? Oh, Cripes. That sounds like someone in Australia that just missed out on the last scone with jam and cream. Cripes. Missed out on the last scone. That's a bugger. Yeah, so the Waves plugin thing, the reason I was confused by that is that Waves do have iOS plugins. However, they are only in Cubases. So they're exclusive to Cubases. So if you want to use the Waves plugins, you need to use Cubases, and they're in-app purchases within Cubases as opposed to standalone AUV3. All right, let's move on to the next one. This is our flanger. So they've got a couple of quick ones here to jump through. We've got the flanger and then the microphaser. They're both quite similar. So we'll jump in and start with the flanger feature in GarageBand iOS. Let's do it.
GarageBand here on the iPhone or the iPad
outside.
has some really cool effects, especially guitar type effects, and the flanger is no exception. We've got a very cool flanger option here in GarageBand, and in this GarageBand Quick Jam, I'm going to show you how we can use it to create some cool effects. Let's go. Okay, let's talk about the flanger effect here in GarageBand iOS. So here is my guitar track from one of my recent songs called Bully. At the moment it sounds like this. And what we want to do is we want to add a flange effect to this. So what we're going to do is tap on plugins and EQ. Oh, sorry, we're going to tap our mixer icon, then plugins and EQ. We're going to tap edit, and let's remove the chorus effect for now that we have on here, and let's tap add, and let's add in a flanger. So here is the flanger. We've got it ready to go, and here are our flanger options. So first of all, we have our mix, which is how much of this effect we're going to mix in. We'll double tap to get that back to 50%. The intensity of the flange is how much of the effect that we're going to actually hear here. We've then got our rate, which goes anywhere from 0 up to 20 hertz, and that's the speed at which our flange will happen. And then we've got an additional feedback control here, which will best demonstrate by actually adding this flange effect. So let's double tap all of these and get them back to normal sort of range, and then let's hit play, and we'll have a listen to the flange effect. So a pretty cool effect out of the box there. So let's change some of these settings and we'll show you what they do. So first let's dial up the intensity.
Love a good flange.
And now let's take a listen to the rate. So you can hear that going a lot faster as we dial that rate up. And finally, our feedback setting. So with the feedback dialed up, you hear more of the flange effect and less of the original guitar. So there's a lot of good control in here that lets us really customize this flanger sound here in GarageBand. And there you go, the very cool flange.
There you go, the very cool flange effect. Yes, I say the same thing at the end of every video. I learned a lot from watching these back. I learned what I did that worked well, and I learned what I did that didn't work so well. And over time, I've obviously enhanced the way I present information, and I'm much more on point. If I did a quick tips again, they would probably be half to 3/4 the length, because there's a lot of additional info in there that's not needed, and all the intro and the outro stuff was fun to look back at and see where I am and what I'm doing, but not entirely necessary. Flanger though, cool. And flangers work well on some vocals sometimes, if you use them subtly, on keys and organs and the rest of it. So it's not just for guitars as well. What do you think of auto-tune? Audible Video says nah on auto-tune, at least not yet. Hello to Omar Mahmood, hope you're doing well. The Blessing Norway says nope, don't like it, don't use it. Night Train 1988, use it on occasion. Evan says I use it as a parody vocal idea for the trend of overtunes. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, sometimes it's overused 100%. Tom says I've used it on 1 or 2 tracks, but not frequently. And Joe says never used it, don't think I would bother. R2, haven't used it, but I may put a little sprinkle on the next project to test it out. Yeah, and I've looked back at some of my projects, and yeah, I've used it in very sparing amounts, and I've actually used a method that I showed in a recent video where I duplicate out the track, and if there's just, like, when there's one little passage or one note or something that just stands out that's going to bug you and annoy you, I've copied just that chunk of audio to a second track, put auto-tune or the enhanced tuning just on that track, then you can not touch the rest of it, but fix up anything that might be slightly out of whack. So let's jump to the microphaser, because this one's a very similar sort of effect, but it's also cool. It's a more subtle version of a flange. Let's take a look. Am I outside?
I've just stepped out of my house here for a morning stroll, and yes, of course, I'll be taking the boat out later, but for now, it is time for a GarageBand quick jam about the microphaser effect. So let's go.
Like that 5-second intro sting there.
So the microphaser effect here in GarageBand iOS is very similar to the flanger, but the effect is slightly more subtle, and it uses what's called a low frequency oscillator, which is why you can see we have the LFO rate as one of our options here. We also have feedback and intensity. So let's show you once again how we add the microphaser effect, and then we'll dial in some settings and see what it does to our guitar track here on this particular song. Okay, so here is our guitar track as it is at the moment. Now let's go ahead and add a microphaser to this guitar. We're going to tap on our mixer icon there. We're going to go plugins and EQ, and then we're going to select the right track and go edit. Now we can go plus and select the microphaser, which is here just under the flanger. And as I mentioned before, we've got 3 options here. We've got the LFO rate, the feedback, and the intensity. So let's play this back, and I'll dial up the LFO, and you'll hear the effect that this has on the sound. So you can hear you get that same sort of out of phase, in phase effect you get with a flanger, but you get a little bit more of a subtle version of it. Let's dial in the feedback now, and we'll show you what that does. So you can hear with the feedback turned up, we're getting more feedback, funnily enough, and we're hearing more of the microphasing effect. Now, finally, let's dial up the intensity and see what that will do to our sound.
Will it make it more intense?
So you can hear when it's hitting the top and the bottom there, you're getting that additional bit of sort of distorted sound, which can be really cool and a good effect to use. So there are 3 controls for our microphaser. Now, microphaser, like any other plugin, it's not just for guitars, you can use it on any other instrument. So let's just try it on a vocal, just for a bit of fun, to see what it's going to do there. Okay, so here is our vocal sound as it is now.
Getting so much pleasure from my suffer.
So there we go, and let's add in the microphaser, and now we'll play it back with its default settings.
Getting so much pleasure from my suffer.
And let's dial up some of these options to make it a little bit more intense.
Ring. Didn't care what your words were doing to me.
So you can hear there that it's not going to sit well for your main vocal the whole way through, but what you may want to do is put this for a particular part as a bit of a sting at the end of a chorus, or just sitting underneath the track as a duplicated track, which we've done in previous videos as well. So there you go, the microphaser effect here in GarageBand.
And I actually used the Cubasis microphaser in my recent song that I did, the 1.21, what is it called? Time It Flies. Yeah, because it sounded really cool on some synth instruments, and it can just give that little bit of flavor and texture sometimes when something's just sounding a little bit too clean. And yeah, you don't want to put like a big flange or a big like vibrato or something on there. You can just chuck on the microphaser, and it works well. We'll take a quick break here. Actually, we've got a question here. I'll jump in and answer the question, and then we'll have a quick look at some projects in GarageBand, because I'm going back. What I thought I'd do is we'll go back to some of the early projects like we did in the last show, and I'll show you some of the things that I used to use, and we'll see if they still hold up. Excuse me, that came out of nowhere, that sneeze. So yeah, I'll show you my song Anxiety that I recorded on just 4 tracks. And I'll show you some of the effects that I used on that, and we'll see if I still use similar methods these days, because it was one of the songs that I probably got one of the better sounds on back in the day. Question from R times 2: do you recommend the AUV3 effect plugins from developers, or just stick with the default GB effects? I mean, here's the thing. The default ones are pretty good, and I would use, the reason I did these and I used the default effects for the longest time is that they do most of the stuff you need to do. And it's less about, to me, it's less about the effects and how you use them. So understanding the effects and not overdoing them and overcooking your effects, I think, is important. And I think it's a good idea to learn how to use these, because when you then start grabbing some of the more complex effects that do the same sort of thing, at least you know the basics of how your mix knobs work, how your frequency, like how the LFO works in that one, what it means when you turn up the feedback on a plugin. So I think it really helps you longer term to learn a simplified version. Same with EQ. Like before you jump in and grab like a big multi-band EQ or a multi-band compressor, learn how to use a basic compressor. Learn how to use basic visual EQ in GarageBand. Thank you, Russ. I appreciate you, mate. That's going to take my soul and shove it back into my face. Is that how Bless You works? I don't know. Let's come over here and take a look at this project, because when I started out with GarageBand, I did things. I think I did what most people did, and that is that I started out with virtual instruments, and I started trying to just add effects and do a whole bunch of stuff. I then, around this period, around 2018, when I wrote Anxiety, I wanted to, well, for starters, I did this as part of a 4-track challenge. So there was a challenge that Joe Gilder ran on Home Studio Corner. That was his home studio corner. Where you had to record onto just 4 tracks. So that's what I did here. And you can see that the stuff I used here was pretty simple. So we've got a guitar track there. We've got a guitar track there. I'm literally just using a little bit of reverb on those tracks. Here's a audio track here. I've got enhanced tuning on there. We'll see how much. So I wanted to do this because I thought I used some enhanced tuning on this song. And I just wanted to see, going back in time, how much did I actually use? Oh, quite a bit. Okay, I used quite a bit of enhanced tuning on this track, on the main vocal track. And what about the backing vocal? Did I do the same? Oh, quite a bit. So there you go. That's interesting. Apparently I cheated. I'll never feel the same again. You'll never feel the same about this song. But what I did with this song is I had to record multiple things on multiple tracks. So this first track up here is the guitar track that does this. And it's over on the left side. But it also has the vocal on there. So this was at the time, my Samson CO1 microphone just in front of my guitar and me singing along the vocals. So I had to do this all at the same time in one take, because I wanted to just use one track here. You can see the only thing I did there was I messed it up here. So we had a cut between this section and that section. And then we added a second guitar here so that we put this over on the right side. And I think this was just guitar. I don't think I had any. Oh no, I did. So you can hear I'm doing backing vocals there too. So a very old school way of doing it, basically 2 stereo tracks with guitar and backing vocal on both. I can't even remember what this track is for then. Because you can barely see it there, so it's obviously a very quiet track that I've recorded. Oh, this is my percussion. Can you hear that? Did I use the whole track for this? What did I do down here?
Just wrong.
Okay, so I was using it for like a little tap tap percussion. And that enhanced tuning is what's bringing it in track there. And this is my main lead vocal track, so I think this is just vocals.
Oh, and I know it's in my head, and my heart is stronger. I'm not scared, and I take
You can hear the bleed there too.
deep.
So there you go. That's just a little insight into the way I used to do tracks. And it just shows that sometimes less is more. And I think what I'm doing these days, I'm trying to get more into this sort of feel where I basically use this as a 4-track recorder, as opposed to, I think, because we've got 32 tracks in GarageBand or even more in other DAWs, sometimes we get a little bit carried away and start doing too much and start overcomplicating things when they could just sound simple or simpler. Question here. Yeah, so this is GarageBand iOS. It is only on iOS. It is not on Android. It is not on PC. If you're on Android, there's a few other options that you have there. There you go. Sion's given some options there for Android. And if you're on PC, Cakewalk by BandLab seems to be what a lot of people go to. That's the go-to thing. We better get a move on because we've still got 30 videos to go. Told you it's a marathon here, not a sprint. So let's jump in and take a look at this one. Next one is GarageBand's hidden settings and how to use them. So if you haven't ever dived into GarageBand's hidden settings, you're about to find out how to use them. Let's go. GarageBand here on the iPhone or the iPad has a lot of very cool settings, but did you know that there's a whole menu of other settings out in our general options? So in this video, I'm going to take you through all of the general settings and how to set those in GarageBand. Let's go. Hi, my name is Pete. This is Studio Live Today, where I help you create, record and release your best music. Now let's dive down into the phone and take a look at these settings here in GarageBand. Now we are in GarageBand here, but the settings that we're looking for are actually outside of GarageBand. So we're going to go to our home screen here and we're going to tap on settings to go into our general iPhone or iPad settings. Now over on the left here, we're going to scroll down until we find all of our apps. And then we're going to go to, not surprisingly, GarageBand and tap on that, and then it will pop up our GarageBand settings over here on the right. Now these first 4 settings are our generic settings, so Siri and search and notifications I'm not going to go into because they're not really relevant to GarageBand. The next 2 are, so mobile data, if we turn that off, it means that if we're saving to iCloud Drive or downloading from iCloud Drive, we won't be able to do that. It won't be able to upload or download if we're on our mobile data. So if you want to protect your mobile data, if you don't have much of a data cap, you can turn that off. If you want to use your mobile data for GarageBand, you can leave it on. The next one here is our document storage. So by default, it's going to be on iCloud Drive. The only other option that I would recommend using is on my iPhone or on my iPad. The reason being that all of these other options don't actually support the GarageBand file system. So if you try to use Google Drive, Dropbox or anything else, you're going to run into trouble. So I suggest using iCloud Drive or on my iPhone or on my iPad. Let's move on from these generic settings to our specific GarageBand settings. So we'll go through these one by one. The first one here is our knob gestures. Now, at the moment they're set to automatic, and if we tap on that, you see that we can make these linear or circular. So these are controlling our knobs. So if you think of a dial, circular means you put your finger in a circular pattern to turn it up going clockwise, and then to turn it down going anti-clockwise. Linear means that you actually touch the screen and drag either up and down or left and right, and what that will do is actually turn the knob. If you leave it on automatic, it will be based on the type of dial you're turning. So if it's a linear knob, it's going to be linear. If it's a circular knob, it's going to be circular. So it just depends on how you like to adjust your settings as to how you want to have that one set. Our second setting here is crosstalk protection. So this protects against crosstalk from a guitar connected to the headphone jack. So if you're using an iRig or if you're using any other sort of guitar device, that you want to make sure that you're not getting any of that horrible distortion, especially if you're using a guitar pedal or an amp or some sort of distorted effect, then you can leave your crosstalk protection on, and it's going to make sure you don't blow out your ears and get that horrible distorted sound. Next we have our automatic recording length. So this is off by default, which means that you get 8 bars to record your new project. When you go to create document, you create a new project, it'll only be 8 bars long. If you turn this on, it means that if you lay down however many bars, that's how many bars your track will be. So I suggest having this on. It's especially useful to have on if you're importing audio from other applications or WAV files, because it will automatically match to whatever length the imported file is. So that's a good one to come in here and turn on. The next one we have here is support MPE controllers. So this is where you've got a MIDI keyboard or a MIDI controller that uses MIDI polyphonic expression. So you'll probably know it if you have one, but leave this option off unless you are running into trouble. If you've got a MIDI keyboard and it's not working, so some of the touch sensitivity or some of the dials that should be supported are not, come in here and turn this on, and that may help you. A lot of keyboards don't actually have all of their functions supported in GarageBand, unfortunately, but it's worth trying and turning on anyway. Next we have keyboard note labels. So this will display the labels on our keyboard, and I've got a whole video where I show you how to enable this and what that does, which I'll link up above and down below. But this basically just gives you what note letter each of those keys is right there on your keyboard. So if you're learning or if you just need a reminder, that's going to help you out. Next we have enable iOS effect plugins. So this is another one that I have a whole video all about, and this is to enable our default plugins that are our AU or our audio unit plugins that are here in iOS, and you can then go ahead and use them in your GarageBand project. So once again, I will link up the top and down below to where you can watch that video if you're interested in learning about those. And finally, we have Reset GarageBand. And yes, once again, I've done a video about using Reset GarageBand. This can be really handy if your GarageBand is crashing, it's not loading, it's not functioning properly. You can come in here and select that, and then the next time you open GarageBand, it will reset to your default configuration. So really handy for troubleshooting if you just can't get back into your GarageBand app and it won't let you open it. Come in here and select your Reset GarageBand. And at the very bottom here, we have our version number, which is quite important if you are...
It's true. It is important. And what are we now? Version 2.3.11. So it was 2.3.5 back then. So that's why things haven't really changed. That's why I wanted to do this series, because GarageBand hasn't really changed a whole lot in the last sort of 4 years. There's been a few little enhancements added in along the way, but every one of these videos still holds up today, because even though we've gone from iOS 11 through to 14, and we've gone from 2.3.5 to 2.3.11, the changes have been subtle, which is a good thing and a bad thing. I don't know. It's a bit of both, yeah? It's not necessarily just all good or all bad. All right, let's move to our next one in a moment. Yeah, I don't know. I have mixed feelings about the about the intros. It's kind of a nice time capsule, but I'm watching these back going, man, I really need to go back and delete out those intros and outros, but maybe not, because they're a bit fun. And you're right, yeah, you've got the birds singing in the background. So I was legitimately recording these outside, as you can tell, and it's picking up all the background noise. And that one had a little bit too much distortion in the voice. It sounded like I was recording at a little bit of a hot signal there. So live and learn, and we probably learned for the next one. Next up, we've got undo and redo. Now, these are super important, and I did a video where I talked about the undo and redo recently, and I found that folks didn't actually know there was a redo function in GarageBand because it's kind of slightly hidden. So let's go and take a look at the undo redo feature.
Wouldn't it be great if life had an undo button? Well, it doesn't, but GarageBand on the iPhone and the iPad does. So in this GarageBand Quick Jam, we're going to be taking a look at how to use the undo and redo feature here in GarageBand. Let's go.
Okay, let's talk about undo and redo. So here we are in our track. Now, at the moment, we have no undo button. It usually sits in the top right here next to the loop icon. So to get it there, let's just press the plus button and add a new track like this. We'll go back to our track view, and now you can see we have our undo button up there in the top right. Now, all we need to do to undo that last action is to tap on the undo button, and our new track goes away. It undoes that function. If we want to redo any function that we've just undone, all we do is tap and hold on the undo button, and up pops this menu. We can either dismiss it, or if we try that again, tap and hold, and we do redo, it's going to do that. And it keeps a certain number of undos and redos in its memory while you're in the track. And the reason I say a certain number is it seems to depend on what sort of actions you're doing. So adding and deleting tracks is quite simple. If you start doing merging and splitting and moving of items within an audio track, it can get a little bit confused, or not confused, but it runs out of memory really quickly. So you might only get sort of a handful of undo options. So you need to be very careful and use some version control and duplicating of your tracks, which we'll talk about in a moment. But let's have a look at what does and doesn't support undo. So as I mentioned, anything that adds or deletes a track, anything to do with splitting, merging, or moving parts of a track, or doing a recording on a track is going to be undo and redoable. The things that are not undo and redoable, if those are words, is if we come in here to our plugins and our EQ and our settings in here. So if we came in here and we did some things like turn off the compressor and then go to our track echo and change all of that, if we tap our undo now, it's only going to do the undos of the things that we did before. So it's only got our redo, create track, and delete track. So it's not going to undo any of these settings. So you need to be really careful when you're adjusting your effects and your EQ and everything else that you don't have an undo. You can't go back to a previous state, which is why I recommend using version control and duplication. So let's show you what I mean by that. So we'll tap here in the top left. We'll go back to my songs, and you can see here that this track, I'm actually up to version number 5, and I just created this version to do this. So I'm going to select it and delete it because I just made those changes that I wanted to undo anyway. So before you do anything major to your track, what I recommend is if you tap on select, tap your track, and then down the bottom here, the third from the right is the little plus, the duplicate, and that's going to create a duplicate of your track. What I tend to do then is come in here and just give it another number, incremental, number 5, and then we can go in and make changes to this track. And now we know if we make a colossal mistake or do something horrible with our EQ or our compression or something to do with the track settings, then we know we can revert back to it because our undo doesn't support it. And the other thing you'll notice here is that undo doesn't actually keep or carry over when you close and reopen a track. So you've got to be really careful that if you go back to your main menu here, if you've finished what you've done and then you've done a whole bunch of stuff, you come back in here, you have no undo. It saves it and it removes the undo from memory. So a couple of things to keep in mind. The undo function and the redo is very cool in GarageBand. It does help you out a lot, but it has limitations around the memory use and around some of those things that we've talked about there. So make sure that you are duplicating your tracks and that you use your version control. One more fun thing, and I use fun in the loosest possible way. If we add a track here again, let's just recreate this and then we'll go back here. There is one other way that we can undo, and that is we can shake our iPhone and the undo menu pops up and we can do undo. That's a bit of a throwback from the original days where GarageBand was a little bit more of a toy, because if you were creating a track and you've got it set up in your studio and then you start picking up and shaking your phone rather than, you know, tapping on a button, then yeah, you've got some interesting ideas of what's fun. Anyway, that is the undo and redo function here.
There you go, undo and redo, and then we just go for a little bit of an outro. Sorry, who was it that said they liked the outros? Let's just see where my outro's at. There you go. I'm back on the swing. And that park doesn't even exist anymore. That's been completely redeveloped now. So it's kind of fun for me to look back on this stuff because I'm like, oh, that's the park down there. And now they've redeveloped. It's actually much better now. So those swings are no longer there. Ooh, ghost swings. Not really. We're coming up to number 50, so we'll have a little bit of a break around 50, because 50, I'll leave you playing 50, because 50 is all about making the videos, and I talk a little bit about LumaFusion, which I know many of you are interested in, and it's basically how I do tutorial videos. So if you've ever wondered how I actually pull together the Quick Jam videos that you've been watching over the last week's and this week's show, that's how you go. Yes, I've never taken myself that seriously. I probably did for the first 6 months, and then I realized that there were far too many people being far too serious, and music to me is all about having fun and enjoying yourself. And if you're not having fun, then why are you doing it? So if I'm going to devote myself to music, I'm going to go with it. Didn't know about the shake? No, the shake is a bit weird. Yeah, the shake works on text, works on everything, but it's cool. And yeah, LumaFusion is good. Does the 3-finger swipe work? That's a good question. Maybe I'll play the next video and we'll play around with that. Because yeah, there are other gestures that you can use that came in iOS 13. I'm tapping it here on my iPad now and it's not doing anything. I think there was a problem with GarageBand when that first came out and it kept engaging it. So I think they disabled it. I think they disabled the undo redo thing. So but yeah, if you try it, if anyone's trying it, that's why it's good to have a live audience here, because if anyone's trying it, you can let me know. Let me know if it is working. All right, let's go and play. So what I'll do while we're doing the next one, I'll do that after the break. I'll do what we did last time, and we'll jump over to Facebook and to Twitter, and we'll go live on some other platforms, and I'll have a chat to people over there and get them to come here and join the fun, because that was interesting last time to be live in multiple places. But our next video here is about the bars and the sections.
When you open up
this is okay. Again, this is me being a doofus and being outdoors, but I found a couch. Now, this is pre-COVID, clearly. I probably wouldn't do this these days. Not that anyone's leaving their C-word germs on a couch, because that would be weird. It doesn't work that way. But yeah, I'm a little bit more careful about touching things in general that I don't need to touch. But yeah, there was literally a couch in front of someone's house, and I sat down on there to do my intro of this video, because I'm a fool. So let's learn about how to add bars and song sections in GarageBand in this video. Go.
When you open up a new project in GarageBand, it's going to default your number of bars to 8. So how do we change this, and how do we use song sections to control and manipulate our projects here in GarageBand? Let's go. Here we are on a nice, clean, fresh GarageBand track here on the iPhone, and you'll notice that we have 8 bars in which to create our track, but 8 is not enough. We want more. So how do we actually add more bars to this? Well, we tap in the top right, the little plus icon here. It's very small, so you have to be very precise on the iPhone. And then this brings up our song sections menu, where all we need to do is tap here on this first section, change that from automatic back to manual, and now we can just tap the up or down arrows, or even easier, tap and hold and drag up or drag down, and that's going to change the number of bars that we have in that section. We then tap out of there to go back to our track, and there you go. We've changed our track to having 24 bars. But there's a whole lot more that we can do with the song sections that's going to make it even easier to manage our projects. Okay, so let's press the plus button and go back to our song sections menu. Now, why would you want to use sections as opposed to one big section for your whole track? Well, there's a number of reasons, but it's all around organization and the ability to easily manipulate and control your songs. In fact, I've got another video which I will link up above and down below if you want a more detailed view. But for now, let's jump in and show you how to use song sections so you can get started. So to add a new section, we simply tap on the add button here and we get a new 8-bar section. If we want to change the number of bars in that one, we tap on the I icon there, and we could just scroll up and down again using that same method to set the number of bars, go back to song sections, and there is our second song section. An even cooler option is to duplicate. So if we've already put some loops and some audio and some tracks here in section B and we want to duplicate that, we simply tap duplicate, and then all of the audio from section B goes into section C. Really good if you want to build up a track. You've got a whole bunch of loops and sounds here. You want all of those in section C, but then you want to add in some additional sounds. A really cool way is to come in here and duplicate, and you can keep doing that to build out your track. To delete a song section, we simply swipe to the left and tap on the delete button, and that section is deleted. We can also move our song sections around. Let's tap on the edit button here, and now these little 3 lines over here on the right, if we tap, say, on section A, we can drag that down, and let's put section A in the middle there, and that's going to reorder our sections. So you can see if you're creating a track and you want to shift a chorus and a verse around, or put your bridge in a different spot, then you can use sections to do that. Very, very handy. You can also delete from here. So over on the left, if we tap on one of these, our delete option comes up, and we can delete our section from here as well. And finally, from here, we can control what we're viewing in our screen. So if we tap on section B and then tap out here, you'll notice here we've only got these 16 bars of section B showing. If we tap the plus button again and we tap on all sections, you can see here that all of our sections are now showing, and there's a little marker here on bar 17 that says C. So we know which sections that they are, and we can navigate through those so we can find where our different sections of our song actually are. And if we do want to view a particular section and we come out here, instead of going back into that section menu, we can just swipe.
How many
and we can
times
actually
can one
swipe
man say the
between
word
our
section
different
in
sections.
one
As you can
video?
see there, we're going from C and back to B. So it makes it really convenient and easy to move between your sections. And there you go, a quick crash course into the song sections and setting number of bars here in GarageBand. If you've got comments, questions, or
There you go. You can leave them down below, etc., etc. Yeah, so don't sit on couches, people. Don't sit on other people's used furniture, because you never quite know. If furniture could talk, it would have some horrific tales to tell, I'm sure. Good tip here from Sion. Yeah, clean your cameras, people. Absolutely. Get yourself a microfiber cloth and clean the lenses of your camera, because especially on your phone, they sit in your pocket and they get covered in gunk. The same with your headphone jacks and your charger ports. They get full of junk and gunk as well. So toothpick in the charger port gently, or the headphone jack if you have one, and then yeah, get yourself a microfiber cloth and just give your lenses a little bit of a wipe. And same with your screen. Use some like LED or LCD screen spray and rub it on just gently, and you'll be amazed at the difference it can make. Alrighty, we've done more than 10 videos now, but we're at number 50, so we've got 26 to go after this one, because we're going right up to number 76 today. We are 1 hour in. Hello to Gary Hubbs, who's joined us. I hope you're doing well, Gary. Welcome back to the stream. And what I'm going to do now is I'll play this next video, and this is how I create tutorial videos. So again, if you are into your video editing, if you want to make your own tutorials, or even if you're just making music videos for your own songs, this could give you some hints and tips. I'm going to go grab my Studio Live Today mug, make myself another coffee. So I'm going to put this into full screen and leave you with this video for about the next 7 or 8 minutes. And then we'll be back for the big second hour here on the GarageBand Quick Jams Marathon. So we'll bring this one up here. I'll see you in a few minutes.
Just under 1 year ago, I created my very first GarageBand Quick Jam tutorial in response to a lot of folks asking me questions about how to do things in GarageBand on the iPhone and the iPad. And what I wanted to do was create a series that were really quick, bite-sized tutorials that would help folks dive in and get the knowledge they needed so they could get back to creating music. Well, here we are 50 episodes later, and I thought we would celebrate that by taking a look behind the scenes, because another question that people ask me is how I actually make these tutorials. And it's actually quite a simple process thanks to the screen recorder that we have here in GarageBand and my ability to have my phone with me everywhere I go. So let's dive in now and take a look behind the scenes of the creation of a GarageBand Quick Jam. Let's go. Hi, my name is Pete. This is Studio Live Today, where I help you create, record, and release your best music. And if you've watched any of my GarageBand Quick Jam tutorials, this shaky camera footage is probably pretty familiar, because what I wanted to do right from the start with this series was not make it a highly produced series where I had to wait until I had time to sit down here in the studio and actually record everything. I wanted to get everything done. So I decided early on that I'm going to do it all 100% on my phone, which means that I can do it wherever I am, where I'm out and about. So hopefully that adds a little bit of something interesting, because I'm at various different locations. I'm outside. We have some different sounds of nature that go on in some of these videos. But I also, from time to time, use this, which is a little device, a little stand and a holder, so I can get some still shots, which is what we had before. So this is a handy thing to have if you are making videos on your phone. Anyway, let's dive in now, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the footage that I've captured for this GarageBand Quick Jam, which I've done out and about, and then the actual screen recorder footage, how I actually bring that in and do that recording, bring it into LumaFusion, do my editing, and then produce and release my final product, which is the GarageBand Quick Jam video that you are going to be able to see, which is going to be the next episode. A little bit meta here in this particular video. Anyway, let's jump into the phone and take a look now. Here we are down in the phone, and you can see here that I have my intro and outro and ending part videos recorded, and I've also got 2 screen recordings here. Now, why do I have 2? Well, the original screen recording, let's just unselect those. This is the screen recording that I did of myself with my microphone audio on, as you can see there, and that's where I've gone in and I've started recording this. So yes, I'm recording a screen recording, which is a bit weird. So that's my original recording that has everything there, but there's a problem. You can be quiet. There's a problem, and that is that if you try and use this in any sort of editing, it'll only bring in one track. It won't bring in my commentary. So what I have to do is this one is literally a screen recording of the first one. So I've simply gone in, and I am screen recording right now, so I won't be able to do it here, but I've screen recorded this, and I've got a video where I show you how to do this. But what that basically does is it takes both of the tracks, both the music track and the voiceover audio track, and it puts them onto one track. So now I can actually use this one in my video editing. So I don't need this one anymore. I'm going to tap it and delete it. And now all I need to put into my video is these 3 video files of me introing and outroing, and then my one screen recorder video. So to make it easier for myself, I'm going to go add to, and let's create a new album here, and we'll call this one, I can't remember what I've done this on. It's 3D Touch. That's right. So we'll just call it 3D and save. So now we've got an album here, and when we go and do our video editing, which we will jump into right now, it'll make life an awful lot easier. Okay, I'm now in LumaFusion, which is my video editor of choice here on the iPhone or the iPad. It's actually really great on the iPad, but it's usable on the iPhone. I actually really enjoy using it. And you can use iMovie if you want to, or if you don't want to spend, because LumaFusion does actually cost a reasonable chunk of change. So if you're just starting out, by all means use iMovie, but LumaFusion lets me do some cool things, which I'll show you as we go through. Now I have my template here, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to duplicate my template by tapping on the little plus there. Now this isn't going to be a LumaFusion tutorial, but if you are interested in that, then by all means let me know in the comments if you'd like to see more about LumaFusion. It's a very, very cool little app. I'm going to rename this by tapping on that, and let's call this 3D. And just so I know which one we're doing, and then I'll tap to open up the project. Now what I've got in here already will probably look familiar if you've watched any of these videos. So I've got my intro there, and then I've got my outro that goes through there, and then I've just got this up the top here, which is just my little Pete Johns at Studio Live Today that pops up there as well. So that's all ready to go, and what I need to do now is add in the components that I showed you before. So now up at the top here I can tap on albums, and this is where doing this album comes in handy, because I can go to 3D, and here are the ones that I know that I need to use. So the first one is going to be this track here. I'm just going to tap on that video. It's going to bring it across here, and now what I can do is I can actually queue up, and you can see at the bottom there I can see the little audio part, so I can see where I start talking, plus I can look at the video there. So we'll queue that up there, we'll tap on that, and then we'll queue it up, and that's where I want that. So I just use my start, my finish, and again, this isn't really a tutorial on this. I just wanted to show you how simple it is to get this done. I press the down button, and that is in there. So now I've got my intro, and then I hit that, and there we go into that. Now what I'm going to do is drag across my...
Now, what I'll do, because there's still another 4 minutes of this video to go, you can go and watch the rest of that, but because it's not really about GarageBand, we're going to skip forward and go to our next video, which is the one you saw me making there. Now, this one is a little bit retro and a little bit irrelevant for most people now, because as we've talked about previously, your phones don't have 3D touch anymore, unless you're using something like an iPhone 6S, or what else does it? Does the 7 have it? There's very few that actually have 3D touch anymore. None of your iPads do. So this is very specific for those that happen to have an older iPhone that has 3D touch still. But it's still a thing. So let's jump in. It's only 3 minutes. Let's watch this one, and then we'll have a little bit of a chat again. If you do have any questions, feel free to throw those in the chat too. And I do have a hot, fresh coffee to enjoy here. So 3D touch in GarageBand, take it away.
Spring has sprung. Basil and I are just enjoying some sunshine, and it is time for a GarageBand Quick Jam.
It's Basil.
Let's go.
I think we've only just got him.
So what is 3D Touch? Well, before we get into that, 3D Touch is only available on iPhones 6S and above. So your 6S, your 7, your 8, and your 10.
No.
And 3D Touch is the act of where you actually press with harder force and you get a different option. So let's give you the first example here with opening a GarageBand project. So you would hopefully know by now that if you tap on GarageBand, you will open your GarageBand application, and then you can go ahead and start editing your project. But what you can also do is if you tap and then push hard on GarageBand, you'll notice here that we can go straight into creating a new track song, new live loops. We can open some of our most recent songs here. So if I tap on this song here, it's going to open GarageBand.
So it still does it with haptic touch. If you tap and hold,
so it's semi-useful
it does actually work with haptic touch.
And something we can use here with 3D Touch.
So this might actually be
Now, what else can we do with 3D Touch? Well, we can actually use it to play some of our instruments. So let's go into the keyboard. We're going to tap on more sounds, and let's use the organ as an example here. Now, this works on some keyboards, so you just need a little bit of trial and error. But if we tap a key on the keyboard,
Let's try it.
we
Does this
get that,
still work?
just a regular sound. If we tap and then push harder, look at the rotation dial here. You'll see the rotation will go to fast when I push harder, and then back to slow as I release my finger.
I don't think this works.
So the rotation control on this Hammond organ is being controlled by me pushing harder or softer with my finger
That
while
one
still
doesn't work.
holding down on the screen.
Because
so
it
with the
doesn't
3D touch,
sense
you can do
how
that
much
on a lot of
touch.
your keyboard instruments. And even on some of our other touch instruments, we can use the different pressure sensitivity to control. So the vibrato down the bottom here on our erhu, we can actually control by varying the amount of pressure that we put on the screen.
That definitely won't work.
And one more slightly useful way to use 3D Touch is to solo our instruments. So if we are playing a track, I'll play this track, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to tap and hold down on the particular track there, and you'll see that it will engage the solo for this guitar.
And I'm almost sure that doesn't work.
And finally, we can use 3D Touch to actually solo one region of an instrument. So if I tap on one of these regions and hold down on this drum, it's just going to loop this drum pattern over and over again.
No, can't do that now either. But that used to actually annoy the crap out of me.
And there you have it. Possibly not the most useful feature.
Especially not now, Mr. Man. So yeah, 3D Touch, a bit of a fizzer these days. Not really necessary. Oh, is it raining? So hot out. So it's hot out where Joe is. It is raining cats and dogs. Yeah, it's been quite wet here the last couple of days. We're definitely coming into our winter. The times of the sunshine, lollipops and rainbows are nearly over. Now, the next one is another one that I don't use that often, but I promise you after this one we get into some cool stuff. So after this one we have brass, and then AUV3 plugins, the Arpeggiator, how to split and join, how to share songs and projects. So there's a bunch of good stuff coming up just in the near future. But this one is about the Notepad. And look, I'm back outside because of course I am. Looks like a bit of a cold and wet day. Where was it? September the 12th, 2018. So let's learn about the Notepad, which is an underutilized feature in GarageBand, but kinda cool. Let's take a look.
In this GarageBand Quick Jam, we're going to take a look at one of the smallest, but perhaps one of the handiest features that we have here in GarageBand on the iPhone and the iPad. Let's go.
I'm gonna eat a banana.
Hi, my name is Pete. This is Studio Live today, where I help you create, record and release your best music. And when you are creating and recording that music, having the ability to take some notes right there in your digital audio workstation, in this case GarageBand iOS, is a very handy feature to have. So in this video I'm going to show you how to get to the Notepad and some ideas around the sort of notes that you might want to store in your Notepad here in GarageBand. Here we are in GarageBand, and this is a track that I'm working on at the moment. So to get to our Notepad, I tap in the top right corner, go to our settings, and then scroll down until we get to Notepad and tap on that. And here you can see we've now got a free text entry field where we can put anything we can type on our keyboard can go in here. And what sort of things would you actually store here? Well, for me, I like to actually put some notes about what I've been recording. So especially if I'm using, say, an external interface, what I'll do is I'll put something like what the input gain was set at. So if you're using anything outside of GarageBand, this can be really useful so that when I come back to this track and I want to re-record a guitar, I'll know that, oh, okay, my input gain was set at 3/4 when I first recorded this.
I'm so lazy.
I can set my hardware up again to match that original recording. The other thing I like to do is leave notes to myself. So if I don't have time to do something, what I'll put in here is, say I want the drums, I want the toms removed in the second verse. I'll type this in here like so. And then when I come back to this track, so the beauty part of this is obviously, and when we go back out of the Notepad and we go completely out of this track, it's going to save those notes with the track. So we go back to our track here and we go back here and scroll down to Notepad, then we can see those notes there. And this is great not only for yourself, but if you're collaborating with others, it will actually take those across. If you are sending your GarageBand projects, and I've got a video about how to collaborate using iCloud Drive for your GarageBand projects, then the other user will be able to see your notes, and you can leave notes to each other about the mix and about the recording here. The other thing that I like to do is also add a date to any note. So if I come in here, today is the 12th of September. Yes, this is how we do dates in Australia. And that way I know that these notes here were related to that date. And then if I'm adding any additional notes, I cannot do that, but I can come down here and then add the next date. So I know that all of my notes here are going to be in order of when I've actually put the note
Went
in
back
my
a month.
notepad. And finally, when I come to the mixing process, it's a really good place to actually put my mix notes in here. And what I'll tend to do is put some dot points like this.
Actually, really
I'll
good
just
if you're
go,
collaborating too.
something like
if
vocals.
you're collaborating with another user,
If we can
and you're going
spell
to share a
vocal,
project,
chorus,
which we'll show soon.
too loud at
You can use
track
this.
8. Whoops. We'd actually type a bit better than that.
Yeah, it's kind of handy just to
bar
keep
8
it
is what I
in
meant
there,
anyway.
like right
so,
there in the project.
yeah, you can put anything in here, and then if you put your sort of your mix things here, when you come back to doing your mix adjustments, then you've already got your notes here. And yes, you can use an external notepad or another device, but this way, if I say go over to my iPad and then reopen this file over there, I've got all my notes right here in the project. So I don't need to go into any other app. And there you go, a very
There you go, the notepad. Who knew? Pretty interesting. Day, month, year does make more sense. I mean, I'm biased because here in Australia and I think the UK as well, we use day, month, year. It's like smallest, then next biggest, then biggest. Month, day, year, like the 12/30/21. It just seems a bit odd. Seems weird that you would go middle, smallest, largest. Like, it just seems a bit out of order, but... probably not something to worry about. Yeah, use it a bit. Yeah, the notepad's handy just to have it right there and in your project so that if you're making notes, you don't have to worry about storing them somewhere separate. I like things combined together, and that way if you've just got your project and you go back to it in the future, you can just go into your notepad. I use it sparingly these days. I should probably use it a heck of a lot more. All right, let's jump in and look at brass instruments, shall we? Because there's actually some very cool brass stuff. There you go. I love it. Use it for lyrics. Beautiful. Yeah, I use the brass instruments in the past quite a bit, and they're probably underrated, I would say, the brass instruments in GarageBand. What do you think? Anyone use the brass instruments? Let me know. But here's the ones we have, and here's what they sound like. Let's go.
It has been way too long since we had a GarageBand Quick Jam, so let's have a GarageBand Quick Jam. Is that a palm tree?
Yes, Pete, it's a palm tree.
In this video, we're going to be talking about our brass instruments. Yes, there are brass instruments available in GarageBand on your iPhone or your iPad. They're just a little tricky to find. The way we get to them is through our keyboard. We're going to tap on More Sounds in the bottom right here. And you can see here that under Other, on our categories, we've got Brass Ensemble and we've got French Horn. Let's tap on Brass Ensemble to start with. And here is our brass. And we're ready to go.
Pete.
We can play some brass. Now you'll notice here that if we tap softly, we get a very subtle sound, but we can really, if we hit it really hard, we get that real big brass sound. So you can use different touches and different ways of playing to get a soft or a loud sound. You can also use things like your settings up here to change your attack and your release to get a different sort of sound. So if we put the attack and the release right up, let's just take a listen now. We get that really epic sort of sound. So if you want to use it as a pad, you can bump up your attack and your release and you get that slow attack and slow release and you can get a cool sound. The other brass sound we have, as you would have seen, is we can go tap on Brass Ensemble and go to our French horn. So our French horn sounds like this. So similar sort of sound, but a bit of a cleaner sound to use. And again, we can adjust our attack and release if we want to get a different sort of sound.
Pretty solid, isn't it?
And the other thing that we can do, as we can with any of our instruments, is we can come in here and play with things like our EQ and our plugins and our effects to get different sorts of sounds. So we can play and boost our high end. If we want a really sort of trebly, or we can do the same sort of thing. Let's just get a real sort of bassy, mid-rangey sound. So you can see that we have some flexibility now. It would be great to have a trumpet, a trombone, a saxophone, all of the rest, but at the moment we don't have those. There are third-party plugins you can get that are those instruments, which you can check out in the App Store by just searching for AU and the name of the instrument. Sensual Sax is a really good one for the saxophone. So there you go, a quick rundown on the brass instruments that we have available here in GarageBand iOS.
Depends where you are.
And there you go, we do have some brass instruments here in GarageBand, and they're pretty easy to find. And
the weird thing about that palm tree is that here in Australia, palm trees are not native to Australia at all. And people came here, and especially around Adelaide, just randomly in the suburbs, there's like gum tree, eucalyptus tree, like bottle brush tree, all the native stuff. And then people just randomly planted palm trees like 100 years ago. And so there's these big, massive palm trees like that one, just randomly in the suburbs, and it makes no sense. But it's kind of funny. It's kind of fun to see. All right. Yeah, what day is it? So it's Blurns Day. No, it's Wednesday here, so it means it's Tuesday afternoon or evening in your part of the world. Yeah, exactly. It's what you're used to, isn't it? It's the same with miles per hour versus kilometers per hour. It's what you're used to, and eventually, maybe the world will all come together on the one way of doing things, but probably not, because diversity. Yeah, why not? All right, let's learn about AUV3 plugins, shall we? And I know many of you know that Audio Unit version 3 or AUV3 plugins means that you can download a bunch of additional apps and then use those as plugins in your GarageBand tracks. It's as cool as it sounds, and we're going to show you how it's done here. So if you have not played with these before, you're about to learn about it. Now, while we do this, what I'm going to do, I'm about to hit live here on Instagram, and I'm going to introduce the Instagram folks and tell them that they're missing out on a fun party over here. And then I will hit play on the video. I'll turn my volume down, and I'll keep chatting here on Instagram. So if you're not following me on Instagram, do jump over there. I think I'm Studio Live today, or am I Pete Johns? I can't remember. Anyway, we're going to hit the Instagram live button here now and have a chat to the folks there. It's going to check my connection, and then we're going to be live. We are now live here on Instagram. Hello. Welcome, Instagram folks. We are actually live over on YouTube right now. So if you go over to the channel, if you go to watch.studiolivetoday.com, it will take you to my YouTube channel, and just check the very top video there. We're doing a GarageBand marathon. We did one last week, and we're doing one again this week. We're about to learn about AUV3, Audio Unit version 3 plugins that you can use in GarageBand on your iPhone or your iPad. And we're going to look at them in GarageBand. So the folks that are over here on YouTube are about to see the video start. It's about 5 minutes long. I'll have a chat to the Instagram folks here while we play this video, but let's take a look at AUV3 plugins in GarageBand. Audio Unit plugins here in GarageBand let you take an effect from another app and bring it into your tracks in GarageBand. Yes, it is as cool as it sounds, and in this video, I'm going to show you how to do it. Let's go. Hi, my name is Pete. This is Studio Live Today, where I help you create, record, and release your best music. And now, if you've ever been sitting in GarageBand on your iPhone or your iPad and thought, hey, all of these effects and plugins are great, but wouldn't it be even better if I could grab effects from completely different apps and bring them into my GarageBand iOS project? Well, you can, and in this video I'm going to show you how. Let's dive into GarageBand on the iPhone now and take a look. Here we are back in GarageBand on my iPhone. Now, to go to our plugins and EQ, we tap on the little mixer icon up here. It'll turn blue, and then we go down here to plugins and EQ and tap on the little arrow next to that to come into our plugins and EQ section. Now, if you haven't used plugins or EQ before, I will link to my quick jam all about plugins so you can get yourself familiar with that. That'll be up at the top and down below. But assuming you know the basics of plugins, we're now going to tap on edit, and then we can see the plugins we have here. Now, to add a new plugin, we tap on one of the green pluses here. So I'm going to tap this top one. If you don't have one, you'll just need to delete one of the other ones by tapping on the red minus sign and deleting that, and then replacing it with this plugin. Now, the effects we see here on this tab to the left are our default GarageBand effects. And once again, I have GarageBand Quick Jam videos about all 10 of these. So I'll link to the playlist of all of my GarageBand Quick Jams, and you can go ahead and check those out. But in this video, we're going to be looking at some third-party plugins, so outside of GarageBand. So let's tap Audio Unit extensions up the top here, and now we're presented with our Audio Unit extension plugins. Now, we have a whole heap here which are our default Apple AU plugins, and once again I've got a video about how you can access and get these enabled. They have a few flaws in that when you change them, you go out of the project and back in, they reset, so they're not that useful. But what is useful is our third-party plugins here. You can see I've got 4 plugins installed. Now, to install these plugins, all you have to do is go to the App Store,
download the app, the standalone app for the plugin, and then as soon as it's downloaded, as soon as it's sitting there on your home screen, when you come into GarageBand, it will be here. So if you want to follow along at home, download Rough Rider 2 by Audio Damage. This is a very cool little compressor that we're going to use in this example, and you can download it for free, install it onto your iPhone or your iPad, and then come into Audio Unit Extensions, and then if we just tap on that, it's now put that Rough Rider 2 plugin right here on our track, ready for us to dial in some compression using a completely external app, which is super cool. And so the last thing we need to do is tap on the little icon of the app here, and look at that right here in GarageBand. It gives us
good old Rough Rider
for this plugin. So
it's now Rough Rider 3.
It calls over to the app and says,
Rider.
hey, I'd like to use your effect in my GarageBand project, and here it is. We can dial in our rate, our attack, our release, our sensitivity, our makeup gain, and our mix dial here on this compressor. So I won't demonstrate it here because this isn't a tutorial about the Rough Rider 2, although if you'd like one, let me know, because it's a very cool little compressor. But like I said, it's free. Download it, play around with it. But I thought it was a good way to show you how we can actually use audio unit plugins. So any of these, now there's a heap of these, you can download them, some are free, some are paid, but they're really cool. And in fact, if you want to see an audio unit plugin in action, I actually have another video where I looked at this one here, the FAC Maxima.
Still a great
by
plugin.
Fred Anton Corvès. So I will
Haven't used
link
FAC
to that
Maxima.
video up the top
It's
and
awesome.
down below if you want to see an audio unit plugin being tweaked and being played with here, which is a limiter plugin, which is similar, but has a lot more features, and that is a paid plugin. So if you're interested in that one, check out the video.
That'll do, Mr. Man, because I've learnt since then that when you've imparted your information, just move on. You don't need to keep rabbiting on, as we would say here in Australia. Hello to NTVG14 over in the Philippines, I'm thinking, by the look of that flag. Or is that Cuba? It's really small on my screen, so I apologise. I think that's the Philippines. Yes, see you Night Train 1988. Yes, I know the folks in the UK and Europe. It is getting very late, so I do thank you for joining us here. And do come back. I'll do what I did last time, and I'll painstakingly put timestamps down in the description so you can catch and you can check out individual ones if you're interested in other chunks, because I understand not everyone's got 3 or 4 hours to watch the entire thing. But I do appreciate you all being here. Thank you for being here. If you're having fun, you can hit the like button. That'll help out. That's always fun. I was over there on Instagram. I think Sion was the only one watching me live there, but that's okay. I'll in a couple of videos' time, I'll jump over to the Create, Record, Release Facebook group and say good day to the folks there, because I'm not actually live on Facebook today. This is only on Twitch and YouTube here today. So I'll jump over to Facebook in a moment and do some live chats there as we go through some more features here, such as this one. The next one's actually an underrated, but probably one of my favorite features in GarageBand. It's next level. There's paid software that doesn't have arpeggiators as good as the GarageBand Arpeggiator. So let's jump over here to the Arpeggiator and learn how to use this feature in GarageBand.
If you're an old school 80s synth or sequencer person, then you probably know what an arpeggiator is. But if you don't, then you're in for a treat, because in this GarageBand Quick Jam, I'm going to show you how to use the arpeggiator here in GarageBand on the iPhone or the iPad. So let's go.
A double finger, let's go, no less.
Hi, my name is Pete. This is Studio Live today, and if it's your first time here, this is where I help you create, record, and release your best music. And in this particular series, GarageBand Quick Jams, in just a few minutes, I show you all about a very cool feature that we have right here in GarageBand iOS. And in this case, we're looking at the Arpeggiator to create those cool arpeggio sounds. So let's dive in to GarageBand here on my iPhone right now and take a look. Here we are in GarageBand on my iPhone. Now this is a quick jam, so it's going to be a crash course in how to use the arpeggiator. Now we can use the arpeggiator with any keyboard sound except some of our Alchemy synth sounds that have the arpeggiator already on them. So let's tap on more sounds here, and I won't use my classical grand. We need some synth to really give our arpeggiator a test here. Let's use the Helix sound. So we'll jump into Helix here. Now the arpeggiator is already on. We're going to turn it off because we don't want that. Let's hear what the sound sounds like to begin with. Very cool, classic 80s synth. So if we want to use an arpeggiator, we tap on the arpeggiator button, which is up here in the top right between our chord strips and our scale. We'll tap on that one there, and then to turn on the arpeggiator, we tap on run. And now we've got a few options here. We have our note order. So our note order can be either up, down, up and down, random, or as played. We'll leave that on up for now. We'll tap arpeggiator to go back. Our note rate can be anything from a quarter note up to a 30-second note, and it can be dotted or a triplet as well. We'll leave that on the default here, which is a 16th note, and go back to our arpeggiator. And then finally, our octave range can be 1, 2, 3, or 4 octaves. We'll leave that on our 2 octave range to start with. We'll hit done. And now let's just tap on C3. We're going to tap and hold and see what our arpeggiator actually does. So all it's doing is an octave between C3 and C4. And it's just going back and forth because it's going up at the moment. So it's going so if we tap on arpeggiator here again, we can change all of that by changing all of our arpeggiator settings, which we'll jump into and give you a quick look at right now. Okay, let's go back to our arpeggiator here. Now let's play around with our note order. So we've shown you what up does. Let's turn this to down and hit done. Now for these ones, I'm going to actually hit 4 notes at the same time just so that you can hear the difference. So if I tap a C chord here, you're going to hear this. I love that. So you can hear it starts at the top and it goes down all the way through to octaves using that. We'll tap it again. Now let's change this up to up and down. Hit done. Let's do our same C chord. So now it goes all the way up and then all the way down across those 2 octaves. Let's tap it again and we'll go random. And now, not surprisingly, we get a random pattern. And finally, if we tap on this one and we go note order, we can go as played. So now it's going to be the order in which we tap them. So I'm going to very carefully do a C chord from the bottom to the top and see if we can get this in the right order. That was clearly not a C chord, but I'm going to leave it in because it was a bit funny. That was some other chord. But yes, you can hear that whatever note order I tap them in is the order the arpeggio will be. Okay, let's jump back in and take a look at our note rate now. So at the moment, we're on a quarter note, which sounds like this. But we can change that. Let's tap it again and make it an 8th note, and we're going to sound like this. And once again, we're back at our 2 octave up sound. So we'll tap it again. We'll go to the 16th note. We'll tap again and hold. And finally, we can make it a 30-second note. And look, we can do a dotted version or a triplet version as well. But you can play around with those ones. Let's just go 30-second note. And when you get up to 30-second note, if you start playing chords, you can get some pretty cool sounds.
Sounds like I just won on a slot machine.
It. And finally, let's jump in and take a look at our octaves. So our octave range, we can make it 1 octave, which is pretty boring if you play 1 note. But works well if you play a few more notes. Or we can go anywhere up through 2, 3, or even 4 octaves. Let's bump it up to 4 octaves, play a chord, and see what we got here. Very cool. Now, when you're recording an arpeggio using the arpeggiator, a good idea is to actually hold down your notes just before the recording starts to make sure that the first beat hits right on the first beat. I'll show you what I mean here. I'm going to hit record, I'll hold down the notes, and you'll see what I mean.
I want to just go make
and there you
stuff
go, you
with
can
the
hear that
now.
the first note hits right on that first beat, whereas if I hit them at the same time, it might be slightly out of sync. And the other option we have when using the arpeggiator is the latch option. So if we just tap and hold on a key at the moment, as soon as we release it, the arpeggiator stops. If we turn on the latch key and we tap a button without holding, until we slide off that latch, the arpeggiator continues. So if you want to be able to play your arpeggiator without holding down the notes, you turn on the latch, and then if you just tap the notes, it will continue playing until you turn that latch back off. And one
actually
final
forgotten all
tip here,
about
and that
that.
is to be aware of both your time signature, whether you're in 4/4, 3/4, or 6/8 time, and also as soon as you start getting into a note rate that's higher or a large octave range, you're going to start getting out of sync with your time signature. I'll show you what I mean here. I'll hit record, hold down 3 notes, and you'll see how quickly I can get out of sync here. So you can see there, you're going to have to use a little bit of mathematics or a little bit of trial and error to work out which type of arpeggio is going to work with which particular time signature here in GarageBand. And there you go. How cool is the arpeggio?
It's very cool, Mr. Man with the hat, but we don't need to hear you. Yeah, Arpeggiator is cool. I haven't used it much lately, but it's very cool. It's helps you. It's a lot easier, especially if you're doing things like octaves, like just a like just throw the arpeggiator on, and it will do all the hard, heavy lifting for you. And sometimes if I don't have any ideas, I'll just like chuck an arpeggiator on and then just make that the start of an idea. It can work out well. Alrighty, let's learn about splitting and joining, because if you're using virtual instrument tracks here in GarageBand, you do need to learn how to actually edit, and to split and join are some of the coolest things you can do. Now, you can only do these. Well, I'll explain. I was going to explain it all, but then I'm going to re-explain the thing that I'll then explain twice anyway. So let's jump in and learn about splitting and joining tracks in GarageBand.
Did you know that you can not only split your virtual instrument or MIDI tracks in GarageBand, you can also join them back together? Well, in this video, I'm going to show you how we can use split and join to organize our projects in GarageBand. Let's go. Hi, my name is Pete. This is Studio Live Today, where I help you create, record, and release your best music. And if you create music in GarageBand on your iPhone or your iPad, then splitting and joining is going to be a handy little thing to have in your toolkit to get your tracks more organized. So let's dive in to the iPhone here and take a look now. So what is splitting and joining, and how can it help us in our projects here in GarageBand on the iPhone or the iPad? Well, I'm glad you asked. Let's start with splitting.
If you notice that we're 50 seconds in and I haven't actually told you anything yet, yeah, it's starting to frustrate me, but it's a good learning experience, me watching these back, because I'm in the eyes of the viewer, and I'm picking up on what shouldn't be there. And look, these are 4 years old now, still 3 years old, so I'm not being too hard on myself, but yeah, it's a real lesson in get to the facts.
Now, let's grab this guitar track here. And you can see I've recorded this track throughout the whole of this song. But let's just say that I don't want it through the whole song. I only want it to kick in from bar number 5 here. Well, what I can do is I can tap here, tap again, tap on split, and my little scissors icon appears. Now, all I need to do is drag down on that scissor, and now I've got 2 separate pieces of audio here. I can do a few things from here. I can grab this handle and drag to the left or the right. I can tap here, and then I can drag this handle to the right and then back to the left. Or I can select one of these, like I'm going to do, tap again, and tap delete. And now my guitar will only kick in from bar 5. Let's take a listen. Very, very cool. Now, what about this flute here? Let's see if we can split this flute. Uh-oh, we got a problem here. The flute actually carries across between these 2 bars. So what's going to happen if we split? We're going to tap, we're going to go split, and we're going to split, and whoop, we've lost this note here. So if you split in the middle of a note, you are going to lose that note. So let's hit undo here. You can see that the note starts here, but then it misses out when it goes across. So just keep that in mind. If we did want to make sure that we had just that note, we can edit here, and then we can just move this note by tapping it and just moving it into the right location like so, dropping the end back, and then we've got our note there ready to go. Let's just hit done. We're going to undo that one because we don't actually want to split our flute. I just wanted to show you that if you do split in the middle of a note, you are going to lose it in the second half because you're going to split in the middle of a note. What about joining? Joining is very cool. So all of these flute sections, and the bass for that matter, were recorded in separate takes. So they're all separate. But what if we want to bring all of these together now? Well, we have a way to do that. The way we can do it with this flute is we're going to tap and select. We're going to tap just here in this microphone track, drag all the way across all of these. They're all selected now. We can now tap on any one of these, tap again, and tap join, and watch what happens. Like magic, all of these items are now joined into one long track. Now, joining only works with MIDI tracks or virtual instruments. So you do need to use a guitar, a bass, strings, or any of our virtual instrument tracks to do this. Now, what about here where we've got this upright bass and we can't actually drag around it? Well, now we can tap and hold on the first item and then tap each individual other item together until we've tapped them all. Now let's just tap again on any of these and hit join, and there we go. We've got our bass track now completely joined together, so we can use multiple takes but then rejoin them together.
I think that's enough. I think you get the point there. But yeah, splitting and joining is super handy. And if you're using virtual tracks, if you're using the green MIDI tracks, and you want to be able to tidy up your projects, I actually use that quite often. So if you're doing, say, a bass part in multiple takes, or your drums in multiple takes, and you want to bring it all together at the end into just one, you can use the join feature there, but only on your virtual tracks. Everything else is not really going to work for you. The next couple of videos, now, I'm a little bit curious about these because these are about sharing your songs. So sharing and then your song and then sharing your project files. I'm wondering if there's some differences. I'll play through these. They're both pretty long videos, so maybe we won't play the whole things, but we'll start playing them. And then if I find that they're a little bit outdated, because I've since actually updated this, because the way that files work and the way sharing works and iCloud Drive and things has been tweaked over time. So there may be some things in here that are no longer relevant. But why don't we start these ones? And while we're playing that one, I will jump in and we'll say good day over on Facebook to the folks over there. So I am going to set up and do a quick Facebook introductory stream and see if anyone that's over there that doesn't know we're live can come on over and join us. So let's jump in. This is how to share and export your GarageBand iOS songs.
A finished song is not truly finished until you can share it with the rest of the world. So in this GarageBand for iOS Quick Jam tutorial, I'm going to show you how you can share your finished GarageBand project as a song file with the rest of the world. Let's go. Hi, my name is Pete. This is Studio Live Today, where I help you create, record, and release your best music. Now, before you can release your music, you need to be able to export it. So if, like me, you use GarageBand on your iPad or your iPhone, you need to know how to effectively export your GarageBand project as a song file so that you can share it via email, via message, and save it to your files. So let's jump in to GarageBand on the iPhone here now and take a look. So here we are once again in GarageBand here on my iPhone. On the iPad is almost exactly the same. I have my finished song here. This is my new song called Never to Blame, and it sounds a bit like this. So I'm happy with my final sound here, and now I want to export this as either an M4A compressed file or a full resolution WAV or AIF file. So what I need to do is go out of the song. I'm tapping in the top left. I'm going to go to My Songs. Now I need to tap on the select button in the top right. I need to tap on the song file. So in this case, Never to Blame V5. I'm going to tap on that one, and then along the bottom here, we've got 4 icons. I want to tap on the leftmost icon, the square with the arrow, and that is my share option. Now from here, I can share my project as a song file, as a ringtone, and as a project. Now, if you want to learn about ringtones, I've got a fun little video all about creating ringtones. That will be linked up the top and down below as well right now. And if you want to share as a project, I'm actually going to cover that in a future video. So if you're in the future, check the link up the top right now or check down in the description. But if you're not, subscribe to the channel and you'll be notified as soon as that video is released all about exporting as a project. But for now, we are going to tap on the song button and start our exporting process. So here we are in our share song settings, and you can see we first of all have our audio quality. Now I would all but ignore low quality and medium quality. These are throwbacks to old school codecs and very bad quality audio. If you're using spoken word or something and you want really small file sizes, maybe use those. But I would suggest you want to start with at least high quality or highest quality. And these two are actually compressed files. So they're not MP3 files, they're actually M4A, which is Apple's version of a compressed compressed file, which means your file sizes are going to be, for a regular 3 to 4 minute song, around about 5 megabytes. Really good for emailing or sharing via those sort of methods. However, if you want a full resolution audio file, let's say you want to master it or you want to release it to something like SoundCloud, or using DistroKid to release your files to Spotify, iTunes and the rest, you will want uncompressed WAV file. Now you'll see here that I've got 44.1 kilohertz 24-bit. If you don't see 24-bit, if you see 16-bit, check out my video, which will be linked up the top and down below, about how to enable 24-bit audio, because by default GarageBand will be 16-bit. You want 24-bit, so enable that in your settings. Check out that video if you need to know how. Once we have selected these, you'll notice down the bottom here we have our metadata. Now it's grayed out at the moment because we can only add our metadata with a compressed file format. It's because the AIF and the WAV file don't store tags or metadata in the file. So if we select, say, a high quality M4A file here, then we can come down here and we can adjust the artist name, we can adjust the composer, and we can change the name of the album. So we can set those to what we want, and we can also then customize our cover image. So if we want to do this, we tap on choose photo. Let's go into our photos here. We can just go into our camera roll, and I happen to have my album artwork there. I tap it and then I hit done. And now if I share this as a high quality MP3 or M4A in this case file, it's going to have that album artwork as the artwork for this file. Let's do this now and tap on share. And we are now presented with our share options. Now, the first one up there is AirDrop. So if there's another iOS device within range, you can actually drop this file straight to that device. So that will pop up there, and all you need to do is tap, and just like sending a photo, you can AirDrop that to your other iPhone, your iPad, your iPod Touch. The next row of icons here is to export it or to share it with another app. So if I wanted to...
Now, just pause here real quick, because this is where things have kind of changed. The save to files and the iTunes and things, they've actually been replaced by some slightly different icons in there. So we might move on to the next one, because I'll see if the project sharing, in fact, I know for a fact that the project sharing one has kind of been superseded as well, because we've got some newer options in there. The basics are the same, but how we actually share with other people has changed slightly. If you search my name, Pete Johns Share, there is another video which, actually, let's just find it over here. If you go Pete Johns Share GarageBand, what I would recommend is watching this one, because I go through, it's only a year ago, and this goes through all of the details there. So we'll watch a little bit of the share projects, but you can see that when you search for that, you get that more up-to-date video there, which is the one that I'll recommend. So let's just watch a little bit of this share project video and see if this has any relevant stuff or any information. Otherwise, we'll skip over and move on to key signatures and velocity, sensitivity, and other things here in GarageBand.
In a recent video, I showed you how to export or share a song file from your finished GarageBand project. But what about if instead you want to share or export the project itself, all of your tracks and all of your project information? Well, in this video, I'm going to show you how. Let's go. Hi, my name is Pete. This is Studio Live Today, where I help you create, record, and release your best music. Now, when you finish your GarageBand projects, what you usually want to do is release a mixed down stereo version, which is what I showed you in the previous video. But what about if you want to actually export or share or back up for your own use your GarageBand project files? Well, in this video, we're going to dive into GarageBand here on my iPhone, and I'm going to show you how. Here we are once again in GarageBand iOS on my iPhone. Now, if you watch the previous video, this one's going to be quite familiar because the opening steps are exactly the same. We're going to tap the top left here. We're going to go My Songs. Now we're going to tap on Select in the top right corner. We're going to tap on Never to Blame version 5. And now these four icons at the bottom, we're going to tap the leftmost, our box with our arrow, and we're going to tap on that. Now this time, instead of selecting song or ringtone, we're going to select project. So let's tap on project, and this is going to send my entire project file, including all the multi-track recordings, all the effects, all the plugins, all the settings, to another device, to another location, to another application. So this time around, I've got my other phone here, my other iPhone here, IP5SPJ, and what I'll do is I'll show you how we AirDrop first of all. So if we tap on my face there, It's going to bring it up, and through the magic of editing, I'm showing you the other screen
Wow, that
now,
was some fancy
which is
editing.
my other phone accepting
back in the day.
this airdrop. So it will go ahead. It is now sending that entire GarageBand project, and I use this method a lot for transferring between my iPad and my iPhone, and my two iPhones that I have here, to back up my projects and to share them. So if I'm working on my iPad and then I want to go out on the go, you can very quickly send your project over, and there you go. You can see here on the iPhone 5S it's done, and now it wants to know where I want to open it. So I can either save it to my files down the bottom there, or even easier, let's tap on GarageBand, and what it's going to do is open up GarageBand in just a few moments, and it will show us our GarageBand file. So it's just giving me some updates here, and here it is. We've popped it in. There it is in my GarageBand recent Never to Blame version 5.
That's actually super handy. One of the best things about
and
iOS
open this up. Now, I don't have some of the same
things
plugins
from one
installed
device to
here
another.
on this phone at the moment. So that's one thing to keep in mind, is if you're transferring projects, you need to have a compatible device that's going to have the same plugins and the same things that you have on your other device, and it needs to be the same version too. So the same version of GarageBand with a similar sort of device. So that is the first way and the easiest way to transfer our GarageBand project from one device to another. Okay, so if we scroll down here, we can see that we have the options here to send this to another app. So these are all the different apps that we have now. They're not going to be much good to you here, apart from some of the ones where you copy them to, say, Dropbox and others. But even those,
we might hold that one there again as well, because again, I'll take you through the save to files and the open in options there, but some of those have been tweaked slightly in in iOS 14 or 13 and then 14. So I would strongly recommend watching that newer video there. I should probably go back to these. See, again, this is why it's good to do things like this, because what I'm going to do after this show is go back to those in particular. I'll make a note while we watch the next one, and make sure that at the very start of those, I put a card that says updated sharing video for 2021, and send people over to the new video. All that stuff is still relevant, but some of those icons, some of those buttons are just slightly different. So for instance, the one that was named share to iTunes doesn't exist anymore because Apple killed iTunes. That says share to Mac. And the same with, you used to be able to share, at least have people, like add people there. Now it just says share via iCloud Drive. So there's some changes there. So I don't want to confuse folks by replaying a video that's not relevant. But there you go. We're 58 videos in here, and that's the first ones we've come across that are really super not relevant to what we're doing today. Sion's got a question here. Which one of your songs has this lyric, "When you open your eyes"? I'm not sure if you wrote the song, but I've been trying to find it. Yeah, it's a song I wrote called 1%. And since I saw that question, I thought we'll take a quick break here, and we'll jump over to the iPad and have a look at this project, because this is one that I did probably a year or so ago, and I used some slightly different techniques in this one compared to the anxiety project that we looked at before. So let's jump on over. I'll just wait for this to pop back up and give me my audio, which it's going to do in... Did it work? It didn't give me my monitoring option. There it is. All right, so we have that there. So it is this song here. Here's the GarageBand project that we did before. So we've got our drummer track in here. We've got Graham on the drums. I think that was the first time I ever used Graham, because he was one of the new experimental songwriters. I've got a couple of acoustic guitars on here. I've got another acoustic guitar there. We've got vocals. We've got bass, and we've got an electric piano. And what did I... Oh, this is my shaker. Don't know why it was a guitar there, but it's a shaker. So if this is the song that you were thinking about, Sion...
When you open your eyes up to the sky above and you see the world, there is nothing that you can do but close your eyes again, 'cause you don't like what you see.
Yeah. So this is actually a bit of a lost song, to be honest, because I never really finished it. As you can hear there, it's a little bit unfinished and a little bit unmixed. So yeah, maybe that's one that I need to come back to and actually do something with. It was never really released. I think I put out a YouTube video of a acoustic version of it, and then never did much else with it. But yeah, it's another fairly simple one. It doesn't look like I used any major plugins and effects here. Again, using most of the default. Used Wider, there you go. So I did use Wider plugin, which is one that I love, on whatever this guitar is. What is this guitar? Let's have a look. Oh, I added the little arpeggiator.
When you open your mind up.
That's cool. I forgot that I wrote that little bit in between there. There you go. So that could be a fun one to actually come back to and play around with in the future here in GarageBand. So yeah, 1% is the name of the song, and I think I have it there. Can we do a stream of your album as you lead us through your influences and thoughts on each song, or break down your process? Yeah, totally. Well, and thank you for the suggestion. Yeah, that's the sort of reason that I'm doing these sort of videos here, is I want to just do some more relaxing stuff. Like, obviously, we do the weekly shows and we do the regular stuff. This isn't going to be for everyone, but yeah, hopefully it's an interesting resource and folks can sort of jump in and out of these sort of shows and find out. But yeah, I do want to do that. I did that originally with my first EP. I did sort of what I learned, the 10 things I learned from creating that EP. And I've been meaning to do that for a while now that it's been out for like 3 years, going back to my album from 2018 and going through each of the tracks and sort of talking about, the songwriting process, the recording process, and the mixing process for all of those from what I remember, because it's been a while now. I might not remember absolutely everything. Let's jump back over to the video, shall we? So next one is about key signatures, which are a bit of a hot topic in GarageBand, because one of the challenges with using GarageBand is you can only use one key signature. You can kind of tweak it and do some other key signatures in various ways, but we'll see if I explain what those are in this video. Let's take a look at this one, key signatures in GarageBand. The key signature tells GarageBand the root note and what chords to use in your song, but there's a whole lot more you can do with the key signature. So in this GarageBand Quick Jam, we're going to take a look. Let's go. Hi, my name is Pete. This is Studio Live Today, where I help you create, record, and release your best music. And in this Quick Jam series, I do that as quickly as possible. So why am I still talking? Let's jump into GarageBand now. And here we are in GarageBand on my iPhone. This is the 12-bar blues track that I recorded and did a video on just recently. You can check that out in the link above and below, but at the moment it sounds a bit like this. And you can see here that we've used two virtual instruments. We've got our upright bass and our flute, and we have our drum kit here. Now, the key signature that we set, to set a key signature, we tap in the top right corner on the little spanner icon, and then we scroll down, and there is key signature. If we tap on that, you can see that I've set the key signature of B flat major. And I also have the follow song key on, which we'll talk about in a moment. Now, the most simple thing that we can do at this point is we can actually change the key signature here. Now, because I've got the follow song key option on, whenever I change my key signature, it will actually change that. So let's change this, say, down to a D major now, and hit play and take a listen. So you can hear there that it has reduced that down. It has actually transposed all those instruments down into D major. Let's tap again and bring up our key signature again here. You can see, if you look at the notes over on the left, every time we shift this by one semitone, it actually shifts our entire performance. So any virtual instruments that you have will actually change as long as you have this follow song key on. If we turn that off, then we can change the key signature and none of those notes will in fact change. Now that's important because if you have other recordings that you have done on the audio recorder, they won't follow this key signature. So it will not transpose your vocals or a recorded guitar. Anything that's not a virtual instrument will not transpose with the key signature. So sometimes if you want to change something on an audio recorder track, you may want to leave the follow song key off. But if you have all virtual instruments like this track and you do want to change the key signature, follow song key on, and moving that around will actually adjust your key signature. A quick word of warning, however, if we change our key signature here, the undo option does not actually recognize that. So there's no way to undo our change of key signature. So what I recommend is that you make sure that you have a duplicate copy like I have here. And before you start playing around with key signatures and transposing your different tracks, that you actually use a second duplicate copy so that you can always revert back to that original track. So what else does setting a key signature actually do that's going to help us here? Well, one of the best things is it'll actually change the chords to be the key chords for that key signature. So if we go to this electric piano, for instance, here, and we go into the chord mode, you can see here that because we have transposed this to E major, we have our E major chords here, E, A, and B, and also the relative minors, C sharp, F sharp, and G sharp. If we transpose this back to B flat major, then we go back to our B flat. So we've got our B flat, our E flat, and our F. So that's just a handy way to make sure that the chords you have here on your virtual instruments are going to be right. So that's why setting that key signature at the start of your song is always a really good idea. One more quick tip before we finish up, and this is probably my favorite use of key signatures here in GarageBand, and that is that we can transpose to make playing our parts easier. So if you're an intermediate keyboard player like me, then playing in B flat major means that you have to play E flat and B flat, and there's a lot of black notes, yeah? So I prefer less black notes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to transpose this by tapping on the settings here and take this down to C major, a key signature that I'm much more comfortable in, because now I can play my electric piano part in C major. So let's record this and I'll show you what I mean. Okay, so there is our part recorded in C major. So if you play it back, apart from a couple of small timing issues, it's sounding okay. So now all we need to do is go back to our transpose and transpose it back to B flat major. And now, but Pete, it has transposed it up an octave. I know. So what we can do is we can tap on this, and then we just need to go to settings, and we've got our transposition here, tap down one octave, hit done, and now we have our part played in B flat major without having to hit a whole bunch of black notes. So I use that way too often. I suck at playing keys, especially when it's in a key signature that has a bunch of black notes. So yeah, if you ever like, wow, Pete's very adventurous, he's got this song that's in like F major or like F sharp major, because that's what it worked for on the guitar, and then there's a keyboard part, yeah, you better bet your bottom dollar that I transposed the whole track down to C major, recorded it, and then went back to it. Thank you, Ricky the Kid. Hey, Metalhead Hippie, I hope you are doing well, my friends. Thanks for being here. So yeah, that is a really cool, if you're using GarageBand, using the different key signatures and setting your key signature early, as I showed in a video that I put out this week about setting up your GarageBand projects, it's a good idea to get into that habit of setting up and making sure you're in the right key. And then you can cheat by doing things like that. I didn't see a bass track, but I heard one. Yeah, I don't think you could see the bass track. I think it was above that flute, because there is an upright bass. I think at the start of the video I showed the upright bass somewhere being there. Set the key signature of B flat. It's up there above my drums and my flute there. So there it is. Yeah, I know. I should go back to that. I think I still have that. It's like a 12-bar blues thing. It's probably still on my list of things there. Let's take a look and listen at velocity sensitivity is the next one, and then I'm gonna play you something special. Now, some of you may have heard my song. One of the first songs when I was learning things like the sampler and the keys and how to create in GarageBand back in 2018, at the very start of this experience of me creating the channel and doing these sort of things. I wrote a song about some chickens that live on a street near me called Howard Street. And it's a song called Chickens on Howard Street. It's a lot of fun. And I found the original GarageBand project from 2018. It's sitting here in front of me now. So hang around for this one, and then we'll catch up, and we'll have a look at one of Pete's very first ever projects, and you'll get to listen to the whole unabridged, uncut version of Chickens on Howard Street right here on the stream. So let's jump in and take a look at this one. This is about a 5-minute video, and then we'll be back to take a look at that. Have you ever been trying to record a keyboard or a drum part in GarageBand using the touchscreen and it's just not sounding right? Well, in this video, I've got a tip that might be able to help you. Let's go. Hi, my name is Pete. This is Studio Live today,
That's
where I help
Adelaide
you
Oval
create, record,
here
and
in
release your best
Adelaide,
music.
funnily
And
enough.
using the velocity
This looks like it was during one of the
doing GarageBand on your iPhone or
Australian
your iPad could be
cricket
just what
games.
you
Probably the
need
test
to
match
get
that
your
year.
performances sounding consistent and level. So let's jump into the phone now and take a look. So what are we talking about? We're talking about velocity sensitivity. So if we select any keyboard instrument, let's come in here and just grab our keyboards. We'll just grab the electric piano here. Here is our keyboard instrument in just a moment. We can play away there, but there's an option here that's going to help us out. Now this is slightly different on the iPhone and the iPad. So on the iPhone, we have velocity sensitivity that we can control here in our settings. So we go to track settings up the top here, our little mixer icon, into track settings, we go to velocity sensitivity, and here we can change this between high, medium, low, or off. So a high velocity sensitivity will mean that the screen is going to be very sensitive to touch, which means that if we tap it gently, we get a very soft sound. If we tap it hard, we get a very hard sound. If we drop that down to medium or low, there's less sensitivity. Even if we hit it hard or soft, it's still going to register a sound. If we turn it completely off, then it's going to be the exact same sensitivity every time we touch it. So we get a completely even performance. We don't have to worry about the touch sensitivity, which is going to be good for some parts and not so good for others. So what are the pros and cons of velocity sensitivity? Well, we've got our grand piano here, and you can hear that we can actually add some different variants. We can get some good dynamic range with the velocity sensitivity on. So if we want to play a solo part or something that needs a lot of passion and feeling, we can use a high velocity sensitivity and we'll get that difference in our velocity. But what if we wanted to use something like an electric piano to record some chords as a pad for our song? Well, we'd probably want to turn velocity sensitivity off so we can record something like this. Because now, no matter how hard or soft we hit those keys, we get a nice consistent volume, which is going to work for this particular part. But what about our other virtual instruments, I hear you ask? Well, the other instrument we can use this with is our drums. So especially for electronic drums, you may want to come in here, go to our track settings, go to velocity sensitivity, and make sure this is off because you want a consistent performance. So if you're playing a beat like this, to get that drum machine sound, you definitely don't want a whole lot of variance. But if you're playing an acoustic set, so if you came in here and changed this to an acoustic set, then you may actually want to turn your velocity sensitivity back on by coming in here to track settings, velocity sensitivity, and making that high, medium, or low to get some more variance in your performance. So what about our other virtual instruments like our guitar, our bass, our strings, our world instruments? Well, we don't have velocity sensitivity on those, but as always in GarageBand, there's a way around that, and that is to come in here to our keyboard instruments and go to Other, and then we can actually access all of our strings, our guitars, and even our bass guitars here. So let's select this picked bass guitar, and now we can actually go in to our track settings, velocity sensitivity, and if we turn this off, we can now play our bass guitar without any of that velocity sensitivity, which is going to give us a much more even performance. And now what if you have recorded the track without velocity sensitivity, but you want to add some back in? Well, no problem. We can actually edit the velocity on each individual note. So if we just tap on our recorded track here, tap again, go to edit, then each of these notes can be controlled by just tapping on velocity and turning it down or up. So we can actually set that. So if we wanted this particular note for whatever reason to have a really low velocity, we can drop that all the way down. And now if we play back this track, you can see there it's really easy and simple to adjust individual velocities of individual notes here in our track. And one final thing, if you're on an iPad as opposed to the iPhone here that I'm using, you'll actually have a velocity slider as one of your dials here on your keyboard instruments, including your guitars and your bass and everything else. The reason I show on the iPhone is that I want to show everyone exactly what you can do. If you're on the iPad, you can use that velocity slider to control how much velocity sensitivity there is going to be in your tracks. And there you go, a very simple.
So there's a bit of controversy with that, yeah, because the way velocity is handled on the iPad is actually kind of crap. And I'll show you what I mean here. So if we come back over here to the iPad, you'll notice that for whatever reason, we've just never had velocity sensitivity here on our keyboard instruments. It's not one of the options like we have on the iPhone. You can come in here
and turn this velocity control on, which gives us this slider. So when we hit there, we can then turn it up. But that's just, I said there's something wrong there. I said that changes your sensitivity. It doesn't. It just changes the actual velocity. So when it's down, it's low, medium, and then high. So it's a bit different, yeah? And there's, for some reason, to do with the touchscreen here on the iPad, there's no way to turn velocity sensitivity off. So it is what it is. If you're an iPad user, you probably already know this. But yeah, I just wanted to add that in there. Now, let's take a listen to this, shall we? This is, again, one of the first songs that I wrote in GarageBand. Now, this puts to use a couple of things. It puts to use the old sampler here, as well as some drum tracks and the organ track here, and some of our guitars, our virtual guitars here in GarageBand, and a vocal track or two here. So let's play it, and then I'll explain a little bit about what I did and how I did it here as we go through. So here you go. This is Chickens on Howard Street, one of my first GarageBand projects from like 4 years ago. Let's take a listen.
Chickens on Howard Street, everybody clap your hands. Chickens on Howard Street, they always got their heads buried in the sands. The chickens on Howard Street, they don't even got any feathers. They don't have a clue what's going on around them, but I still like them and I let you like them too. Chickens on Howard Street, they eat lots of bugs every day. Hey, you might find it a bit disgusting, but I bet you'd eat them if you were a chicken on Howard Street. Chickens on Howard Street, they got nothing going on except for what they do. They're the chickens on Howard Street, and I bet if you were like them, you'd be a chicken too. Let's hear it, chickens on Howard Street. Chickens on Howard Street. Chickens on Howard Street. Chickens on Howard Street. They go cluck cluck.
So there it is. Oh, no, don't play it again. So this is part of the learning process, and I play that to show you that A, music should be fun and it shouldn't be taken too seriously. B, experimentation is key, because even if you get something that sounds like that in the end, you learn a lot of stuff along the way. And 3, or C, just do things, just create, because this was all made while I was out walking around. So I actually had, in those days, my iPhone 5S, and I was just starting to get my head around GarageBand and learn how to use it. And I wanted to start doing these series, so I needed to learn how to use things like the drums and the guitars and the bass and the sampler and all these things. So I was literally walking around doing this. So with the Liverpool bass here, let's just go track by track. That was literally played here. And the reason that it sounds like that is that I was using this chords mode that you have here. So I was basically just going. So I was going between the A, the D, and the E. Just learning how to do this, because that's a cool way to like get a bass line. Like so yeah, even if you don't know what notes you're supposed to be playing, GarageBand is cool for this because it just kind of lets you know. So I laid down that bass groove and I was like, what should we do now here? Well, now we need some guitars, yeah? So we need to come in here and play some guitars. And again, I use the same sort of thing here with just like a... So again, if you know nothing about guitars, you can still have fun. So I just played in some chords there, doing exactly that. Again, walking around, probably very unsafely. I don't know why I have 2 tracks here. Are they just the same? I don't know. Don't know if they're the same or not. And then I needed to learn how to use some drums. So here I was on the drum kit with the bad timing and everything. And this is where I learned about like sort of getting a kit together. And I still do this to this very day when I'm creating drums. I'll create the drums with like a kick snare. I'll just do the... and then come into another track and then do all my hi-hat stuff. So as you can see here on this track, I just did all the hi-hat stuff. And the tom drums, right? So the little tom fills. Can't get to one. Dude. And again, this is just all me tapping it out and walking around as I'm going there. The organ's kind of the only thing that I played in an actual melody with, which is this one here, which I thought was fun. So you can hear there like me trying to frantically tap the notes there. And again, that was just using the keys on here and learning that if you go... so that you can actually slide. So yeah, just having fun with a little bit of organ. Always have fun with your organ. Ba-dum-tsh. And then the sampler. This was probably the one that I wanted to learn about the most, so you can hear.
Street.
This was just me. I recorded myself saying street.
Street.
And then just played it in randomly over the top. So this was probably the funnest part of this. So there's my recording. In fact, we could see if I clip this out. Hang on, let me just make sure that I've made a backup copy of this one before I play around with it, because I haven't made any changes to it yet. Yeah, let's duplicate this out. There we go. Play with version 2, because we don't want to ruin anything in that original one. But if we go in here to the sampler, you'll be able to hear. So you can see I've cut it there. Let's go back in time and see. We're re-finding bits from all the way back. So
Street.
I say it twice.
Street.
So I just wanted to start using like one of those streets. So obviously I've clipped it in here, so I can just use
Street.
too much fun. So yeah, and obviously if I change that now, it would change where that sample's used. And then just recorded and tried to use the telephone recording here. And you can hear, I'm literally recording this. You can hear my heavy breathing in the background as I'm walking around. There's the birds. There's the wind. There's the breathing.
Chickens on Howard Street. Everybody clap your hands.
And it might be hard to believe this, but yeah, I ad-libbed every one of those lyrics. Right? Who would have thunk? I'm sure you all thought that I carefully constructed and crafted every lyric in that song. But no, it was all off the top of my head. There you go. A lot of some folks who've found their way in here since then. Dawn, the singing nurse, is back. I hope you're doing well. Let's see, who have I missed here? Yep. I can't do it, hippie. I wouldn't send you this song. It would be too embarrassing. I mean, it's fun, but it is a little bit embarrassing. So maybe for a future show, Chickens on Howard Street. Yeah, there you go. The Chickens on Howard Street. That's why they crossed the road, because they were on Howard Street. Exactly. Yeah, post your first project. Like, that's probably not my very first one. I will play another one, sort of towards the end of the stream. I'll play another one. We'll see that. Yeah, they better leave Howard Street before the light turns green, right? Otherwise, they're in trouble. Big trouble. Yeah, could do like an animation or something. Absolutely. Yeah, we had some panning going on there. Rubik's T Cube. Welcome. Glad to have you here. Yeah, now, it has been. It's been a long process but again, I like to show this sort of stuff, because how cool would it be? Like, this is why documenting your process is so much fun. How cool would it be if your favorite artist, you could see the first thing that they did or created? Like, I love seeing that sort of stuff. Huska, hello to you. Chickens on Howard Street will one day be recognised by the avant-garde masterpiece that it is. I think in that one I was putting on a bit of the accent, like Chickens on Howard Street. Yeah. R times 2, thank you for being here. Appreciate you. All right, let's get back. We better crack on with what we're here for, which is to get through these videos. And we're going to look at sustain. So we're into more of the sort of the weeds of the stuff here. We're going to look at sustain and then scales and then the very cool merge feature. So we've got some cool stuff coming up here. And then we've got some guitar pedals. So yeah, we've got a good little pocket of videos coming up here. So we better crack on. Let's go with sustain. How do you sustain in GarageBand iOS? Do you record using the keyboard instruments here in GarageBand on your iPhone or your iPad? Well, if you do, you've probably noticed the sustain feature that we have in GarageBand, but you may not know exactly how to use it. So in this video, I'm going to show you how. Let's go. Thank you. Hi, my name is Pete and welcome to my Quick Jam series here on Studio Live today, where in just a few minutes, I tell you all about a very cool feature we have here in GarageBand. Now, if you haven't caught up on the 60 plus episodes we've done before, they will be linked up there and down there. And you can also subscribe to the channel to keep up to date. But for now, let's jump in and start talking about sustain here in GarageBand. Now, if you're lucky enough to have a MIDI keyboard or a MIDI piano, it may have a sustain pedal built in, or you may be able to plug in an external sustain pedal. And that way, when you play and record your instrument, you can actually hold the notes and sustain them by pressing down on the pedal and releasing to release the sustain. But in this video, we're going to jump into GarageBand and show you how to use sustain using just your iPhone or your iPad. We can use sustain in almost any of our keyboard instruments by going to the keyboard and tapping on more sounds. Now, everything except our organs, which use a rotation selector, will have a sustain option. So let's tap on classical grand and show you how to use it. Our sustain button and slider is located in the top left here, just next to our octave control. We can slide to the right, which will lock sustain on so that when we play, we can just tap the keys and we'll still get sustain. Without sustain on, we get a staccato sound, which is a very short sound. The other way to use sustain is to tap and hold on the button while we're playing the keyboard with our other hand. So here I'm holding the sustain with my right hand and tapping with my left. And now if I release, the sustain stops. So we can play staccato, tap and hold on sustain, get sustain, release, and it stops. On devices which have 3D touch, we can also activate sustain by pushing harder on the screen while we're playing. So here's pressing lightly on the screen. And then if I press and hold a little harder, sustain is activated without me having to press the button. Let's now record a short piano part using sustain so that I can show you how we can use the edit mode to edit our sustain once it's been recorded. So we've recorded that in there. I just used 3D touch to press a little harder to put sustain in some parts and not others so that I can show you how we can edit this in the edit window. So let's tap on the edit view here in the top left to come over to our track view. And now we can tap on the track, tap again and tap edit. And here we are in our piano roll view so that we can start editing this particular piano part. So you can see that we have our notes here, we have our high notes here that we're playing the chords, and we have these low staccato notes at the bottom here, but you'll notice one more line here, which is at the very bottom here, and that is the sustain line. So if we tap on these, you can see that we can either cut, copy, or delete each of these particular sustain entries that we have here in our edit window. So if we wanted to delete one of these, we simply tap on delete, and that will delete that particular entry of sustain. If we now play back this section, to cut, copy and paste, we do the same thing. Let's tap on this item. We're going to tap copy. And now if we wanted to paste this, we put our playhead in the spot that we want the sustain to go. We tap again and we tap paste. And this will paste in an extra sustain on that section. Nothing wrong with that.
To add additional sustain entries, we enable our edit mode by sliding this slider in the top left corner. And now we can actually tap in our sustain section and we can add in any additional sustain that we want to add into this track. We can also edit our sustain entries here in the edit window by tapping and holding and dragging left to right to reposition, or we can tap on the end to adjust when the sustain finishes, or tap at the start to adjust when the sustain starts. And one final tip when editing sustain, and that is if we overlap one sustain with others, what it will do is actually merge those together and it will hold down the sustain for that entire passage of music. And there you go, the very cool sustain.
It's not that cool, mate. It's all right. Yeah, I wouldn't go very cool. No, it is fun. There you go. That's how to use the sustain function. Yeah, if you didn't know that you could actually edit sustain, you can. It's kind of cool, yeah? Yep. I like it. All right, let's continue on. We'll go to our scales option here. And what I'm going to do, because what are we at? We got like 16 of these to go. No, we don't. I got 14. I'm gonna build a track. I'm gonna build a track here in GarageBand. After we watch each video, I'm gonna jump into GarageBand and use whatever we talked about in GarageBand to create something. And then by the end of the next hour or so, we'll have something. We'll have a track that we can create together here. Does that sound like fun? I think that'll be fun because we need something to keep us going here, especially as we're about to talk about scales. Peter, you haven't done your theory. Sorry, that was Mrs. Sadu, my piano teacher. Peter, you haven't learnt your scales. Also Mrs. Sadu. That's all I remember that she said. Shout out to Mrs. Sadu. You did help me learn some stuff about music, but then I hated theory so much I stopped doing it for 10 years. But yeah, imagine if I kept going. Could be 10 years ahead. All right, let's learn about the scales function because it's actually a super handy function in GarageBand, especially if, like me, your theory's a little bit dusty and rusty.
Did you know that we have a scales function built
crap.
right into GarageBand on iPhone and iPad? And it doesn't matter if you don't know your G sharps from your A flats, anyone can use it. And in this video, I'm going to show you how. Let's go. Hi, my name is Pete and welcome back to my GarageBand Quick Jam series. And yes, scales are not just those boring things you play when you're learning piano. They can actually be super useful when you're creating projects here in GarageBand. And GarageBand has a built-in scale function that you can use on a heap of your different instruments. So let's dive in now and take a look. The scale option here in GarageBand is available in our keyboard and most of our smart instruments as well. Let's look at it in the keyboard first of all. We're going to tap on the keyboard and now in the top right corner, you'll notice that we have a notes option here. If we tap on these two notes, the third from the right, we go into our scale option and here we can choose from any of our major, our minor, our blues, and even some other more eccentric scales that we have available here in GarageBand. Let's use the guitar now to demonstrate where the scales option is in our other touch instruments. So you can either just tap on scales in the bottom here, or if we go into our regular guitar, if you're already in this view, what you need to do is tap to get rid of over here on the right. We'll tap this blue button to take us back to our notes view as opposed to our chords. And now we tap on the scale button in the top right and we're back to this display. Now let's turn this one into our major scale by tapping on the major button. And here you'll notice that the display has changed into our scale view here on the guitar. Let's look at selecting the scales option in one more virtual instrument. We'll use the strings this time. And this time we're going to tap on the scales button at the bottom of our strings selector. So let's tap that now. And this time it's going to take us straight into the scale view for our strings. But there's one more cool thing that it's done. Let's tap on this major button here and you'll notice there's a dot next to the major scale. That's telling us we've already selected the major scale in our guitar or in another virtual instrument track, and that saves us from having a bunch of different virtual instruments playing in a bunch of different scales or keys. So another cool feature that GarageBand has to keep our songs sounding great. So how do we play using the scales view? Well, here we are in a keyboard view and you'll notice that we have these bars here and each bar represents a different note in the scale, starting with our root notes that are these darker colored ones and going in between with the lighter colored ones. So we can now play chords and we can play different melodies knowing that we're always going to be hitting notes that are within the E major key signature. Very cool. So what about our other virtual instruments? Well, the layout is very similar, but it does vary slightly by instrument. Here we are in our guitar, and you can see again that we've got these different colored squares, and this time the light colored squares are the root note of our chord, our E major, and we can play our scale in between these two. But because we're on a guitar, we have 6 strings, we have a limited range. You'll notice here that when we tap on these ones, it plays the same note on each string. And then the top 3 in the top right are our higher E, and our low E is down here. So we've actually only got 3.5 octaves of range here on our guitar. And to explain why it's laid out like this and how this works, let's jump over to me showing you on the real guitar. So on our guitar fretboard, our E is our bottom string. It's also our top string. But if we play the 12th fret here, that is our next E up, but it's also the 7th fret on our 2nd string and the 2nd fret on our 3rd string. So this explains why we have these same things, because we can actually play that same note
on 3 different strings, just in different parts on the fretboard. And then our highest note is the 12th fret on the E. So we can get effectively 4 octaves in most standard guitars. So this is why here in GarageBand we have our layout where we have the same notes on some of those different strings because it's matching or mirroring what we have on a real guitar. Thanks for that, Pete. I couldn't have explained it better myself. Now, you'll notice that we've only explored the major scale here. Now, there's all of these other scales that we don't have time in this video to look at, but I've got a recommendation for you. Dan Baker. Yes, go check out Dan Baker. If you want to learn theory, don't go to Rick Beato, go to Dan Baker. He's my man. He teaches a lot of theory stuff and does some cool GarageBand theory things. Let's make some music. So in between these, for the rest of them, we're going to use some of these theories to make some music, yeah? So let's go in and find a keyboard. Let's do something funky. So let's go bass first, and let's go to scales. And we'll use the, should we use the blues scale? That would make sense, wouldn't it, for our bass? Yeah, let's create some blues. All right, what key are we in? Because remember we talked about key signatures before, and it's important. Let's go into a bluesy key that's really complicated. Let's go to E flat major, just to prove how easy it is to use scales here. So. Yeah, that's going to be a fun scale to play in. So let's just record something in. We'll give it a little bit slower here to make it a bit bluesier. We'll make it around 100 BPM. And let's just... All right, I think I've got an idea. 2, 3. All right, let's do that, because this could be fun to just make ourselves a little bit of an 8-bar loop as we go along, so that in between the videos we can learn from them and then applied knowledge, right? That's what my teachers told me back in the day. No, they didn't actually. They just said, just learn and regurgitate. You don't need to use this stuff. You just need to remember it, right? That's what every teacher says. All right, so we're going to go here. This is going to be our Jam Fest 2021. Because why not? All right, let's go. Yeah, absolutely. Dan Baker is indeed truly awesome. Got to check out Dan Baker. Clayton also says, I've like to look students' faces when I tell them the guitar or any instrument just repeats the same scales and notes over and over. Yeah, exactly. It's weird. They're just like, but that's the different one to the other one. All right, we've got merge recordings. So this could be cool because we're about to do drums, and this is the way that I record drums in GarageBand. So pay attention, students, to the merge recordings option, because it can help you build up a drum pattern really cool. And then we'll add some jazzy drums to our bluesy bass. The merge recordings function in GarageBand iOS is super cool. It allows you to record more complex MIDI parts by recording them in multiple takes. So how does it work, and how can you use it in your projects? Well, in this video, we're going to take a look. Let's go. Hi, my name is Pete, and this is Studio Live Today, where I help you create, record, and release your best music. And if you're using GarageBand on your iPad or your iPhone, then creating MIDI drums or keyboard parts or any other virtual instrument can be a little bit tricky. But with the merge recordings function, you can cheat a little bit and record them one step at a time. So how does it work, and how can you use it? Let's jump into GarageBand now and find out. Now, you can use the merge recordings function in any of your MIDI instruments, your keyboards, your strings, or any other virtual instrument. But the place that I like to use it the best, and the easiest place to explain it, is in the drums. So let's tap on drums and open up our drum kit. And what we're going to do here is we are going to record a drum part. Now, I'll show you where merge recordings is first. If we tap on the mixer icon here up in the top left, or if you're on a smaller device, it'll be in the top right under your settings, and go to your mixer icon. Now, if we go to track settings and under recording here, you can see here that we have merge recordings on at the moment. Let's tap to turn that off. I'm first going to show you what would happen if we recorded without this. So what I'm going to do is let's record a little bit of a bass drum pattern here, first of all, and then we'll start adding to it. So we'll hit record. So we've just got 2 bars there of a bass drum pattern. So at the moment, it sounds like that, and that's okay. But what if we now wanted to add a snare? Well, let's hit record and see if we can add our snare to this now. So we've added our snare, but what has happened? Well, it's overwritten our kick drum. So now we've got our snare there, but it is actually completely overwritten our original kick drum pattern. So let's hit undo, and we'll hit undo again. And there you go. We're back to our kick drum there. We'll go undo, and we'll go back to our standard view. So how do we actually make sure that we can layer up our different parts and play them one at a time? Well, we can use merge recordings. So let's tap on track settings again. We'll go into recording. Let's turn merge recordings on, and then come back to our track here, go back into our drums, and now when we want to come and play it, let's do the exact same thing. So we'll first record our kick drum by hitting record and playing.
I like the way the tom
There's our
drums
kick drum
wobble
recorded in there.
when you hit
now
your bass
let's
drum.
hit record again, and let's record our
Very
snare.
realistic. The little touches, yeah.
Now, apart from playing that snare way too quietly, it has worked a treat. You can see here that when we look back on our track, we've now got a really good kick drum with a really weak snare. We can now repeat the process. So let's tap on our drum again, and let's add in a hi-hat here by hitting record again. And you can see how quickly that you can really build up a pretty complicated kind of drum pattern. Obviously, we've only used a kick and a snare and a hi-hat. So at the moment, we have this. And we've got it pretty poorly recorded because I didn't play it very well. But you can see the power of this, and we can use it with our other instruments as well. So let's give you a quick demo with our keyboard instrument here to show you what we can actually do. So we'll go away from our synth sounds there. We'll just come back to our regular classical grand keyboard here. And what I'm going to do is let's just record a little bit of a chord sequence here to go with our drums, and then I'll show you what we can add over the top. So let's hit record. Again, our 2-bar song is sounding good. Let's tap the up button here so we can go up to our next octave. All right, we're going to record something like that. Let's hit record actually first. Let's go in here, make sure our merge recordings is on. So we'll go in here to our recording, and it's not. So this is a little trap. You need to make sure that you turn it on here on the instrument that you'll be using because it may not be on by default. Let's now hit record and record our second part of this piano. And we'll hit stop. Let's go back to our track view and take a look at what we've got.
Separate
Here
tracks,
is everything together. Let's hit play and play it all back together.
This makes it a little bit more convenient.
Now, what you could do, of course, you could record these all on separate tracks. So we could come in here and we could add another keyboard track and have a second piano playing the high part and the original piano playing the low part. But you can very quickly run out of tracks because each individual virtual instrument track takes up 2 tracks because they're all stereo tracks. And you've got 32 tracks, but you've only got 16 stereo tracks. So using the merge recording functions to create those more complex parts on a single track can really help you out and make sure that you can bring your tracks together and create some more complicated MIDI parts using just that merge recording function. So there you have it. Thank you, Treadmill Man. Yeah, so let's do some merge recordings here and use this for our little ditty that we're putting together here in GarageBand, shall we? So we'll jump back over here to GarageBand. And yeah, we can come in here. Now, the first thing I'm going to do, actually, I don't need to do it yet because I'm going to use drums for this one. We'll use keyboards in a minute. We'll come in here. We'll go to our drums. Now, what sort of drummer do we need? We need to go to more sounds, acoustic. We need like one of our softer kind of drum kits, don't we? We need see, this is where you need like a brushes kit, don't you? You need like a brushes kit, but we don't have anything like that. Probably go the Neo Soul. No. Well, I don't know what I just did. I just tapped something weird. Sorry, we're in drums. Drums. Want our softest drums. Acoustic. Let's just go the Motown. Is this one gonna? Yeah, let's go with that. So we'll go with this, and we'll record in some drums to go along with our bass. Let's just remind ourselves of our bass. So I think we need like a... Yeah, we need something like that, right? So let's try and record this in like a little bit of a hi-hat thing. Kind of stopped at the end there, but that's okay. We'll let it have a little break there. So this is what I was showing here. Now, if you wanted to like overwrite that, we can just go in here and merge recordings is already on. I kind of want to... I don't really like that rim shot sound. But yeah, if we wanted to now record this over the top, we can hit the kick drum and the rim shot there and record this in. 2, 3, 4. So yeah, can use that. And there you go. They're all there together. All there on the one track. And now we've got our... I'm clearly losing my mind. But that's okay. I didn't have far to go. It was already on its way out. Well, let's go back and find our next one. Ooh, guitar pedals. What are we going to be able to do? We'll have to do like some funk guitar and use the guitar pedals in the next one. So let's jump in and take a look at how we use... Oh, then we've got transposed MIDI. This is going to work out well. This is going to work really well. So guitar pedals, our stomp boxes in GarageBand. Take it away, me. Guitar pedals or stomp boxes here in GarageBand iOS can really add to your touch guitar recording. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to access them and how to use your guitar pedals or stomp boxes here in GarageBand. Let's go. Hi, my name is Pete, and this is Studio Live Today, where I help you create, record, and release your best music. And if you've used GarageBand on your iPad or your iPhone, you'd be familiar with the very cool touch guitar that we have here. So to get to it, we go to our instrument selection and we tap on Guitar, and this will open our touch guitar. Now, I've done a complete quick jam all about how to play the guitar. So if you want to learn a bit more, you can check that out in the link above and down in the description as well. But in this one, we're going to be looking specifically at the stomp boxes or the guitar pedals that we have available for each of our different types of guitar. So to select our type of guitar, we tap in the top left and select on the guitar there, or if you're on an iPad, you tap in the middle. And let's first start with our acoustic guitar. Now, to access our stomp boxes or our guitar pedals, we tap on the dial in the top right corner up here, and here we get our display where we can access our autoplay on the right, and you'll notice that there are no stomp boxes because we've got our acoustic guitar, so there's nothing to see here. But what we can now do is tap, and let's go now to our classic clean, and here you'll see that we have our heavenly chorus and our blue echo. So let's just play a G chord with the standard classic clean. Sounds a bit like that. Let's turn on our chorus, our echo, or we can turn both on at the same time. And you can hear there that it's just giving those effects. Now, the sad news here is that you can only use the default pedals. You can't change these out, and you can't add or remove or use different pedals. There is a very cool way to make your touch guitar sounds sound much better by putting them through an amp simulator, and I'll link to a video where I show you how to do that very cool trick up the top right now, as well as down in the description. But let's continue on with these default pedals that we have here, because they are very cool and they do help enhance your sound. Let's tap on the top left. We'll go now to the hard rock. And here we have some different ones. We have the vintage drive and the robo flanger. So we already have a pretty rockin' sound here. But we can make it a little bit more rocking by adding our vintage drive or our robo flanger. Or both. Yeah, and we go on like this, but I'll demonstrate this for you in a moment. Now, funnily enough, I think the reason that this actually has one of my higher unlike to like ratios here, and you can help me out. You can go give it a like right now if you like. Look, I even tried to help myself by giving my own video a like. But I think that people want they don't like, so they're voting no, hopefully, that the guitar pedal options are not good here in GarageBand because you can only use the limited number and you can only use them on those guitars. Or it could just be that they don't like me or my face. Either way, it's fine. It's all good. You get very thick-skinned doing this sort of stuff. Let's come in here and use this. Let's use our guitar pedals and our virtual guitar in this track that we've just started here. So if we hit the plus button, we're going to go to our Git R, which is this one, more sounds, and we'll use the retro wah, because this one has the fun wah pedal, yeah? And this is really weird, because you kind of have to play it. You have to play it while you're actually doing it. So we'll leave the treble boost on and the wah here, and we'll see if we can just get a bit of a wah part going on here, shall we? So I'll play it. So. All right, so I'm going to need my notes option here. So we'll use the scale function again here because we know, see, remember how I said that option before will tell you that you're already in the major blues scale? It will put us back in there. So now. All right. All right, it's going to sound better down here. So let's just see if we can like. There you go. That's going to work for us, isn't it? Like, ready? Right? And again, if we wanted to do more notes on there, we could use the same merge recordings function, but we've got a little bit of our slow jam. Yeah, and Evan's got a really good point here. You can actually, and I've showed this in another video, but you can use the merge recordings to just do the wah separately. So if you just want to play the notes and then wah it in afterwards, you can actually do that. I'll give you a really quick demo of this. So let's just say we wanted to add a second guitar here, second retro wah, just doing maybe a lower down thing. So we'll go back to notes, back to scale, back to major blues. So if we just record... All right, we'll just record like a single note down here. 2, 3 to 4. All right, so say we did that and we wanted to, we now wanted to add wah to this. We can use that track settings and you've got to go into the actual thing here and our recording, merge recordings on. And what we should be able to do is record over the top of this, but just play the wah, right? There you go. So that combines the last two things we did, the guitar and the merge recording. So if we come back in here and we watch this as we play it, we should see it do that wah that we just programmed in. There you go. Fun. Let's turn off that metronome because I hate the metronome. And we've got drums now, so that's cool. Hey, it's still Gary Hubbs. I know. I'm not going anywhere. Oh, I shall never leave. You can't make me. We can. You can make me by no one watching anymore. But you know what? You know what would happen if no one was watching right now? I would just keep going. I would just keep creating because why not? Plus, I know there's many of you watching this on the replay. So thank you to the folks who are here live, but thank you if you're watching on the replay. I hope you're getting some value out of this one. Thumbs up is the thing you can do if you like it. So thank you all for being here and thanks for all your contribution because you're all super cool people and very attractive. And I hear that you have excellent guitar playing skills and you bowl very well and your golfing handicaps are low. So well done to you. Transpose. Let's learn how to transpose and change key in GarageBand because we got to get this thing back into C if we're going to play some other instruments, don't we? Let's find out about this now. One of the very cool things about using the virtual instruments here in GarageBand on the iPad or the iPhone is that you can use the transpose function to shift your whole song or just one track from one key signature to another. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to do that. Let's go. Hi, my name is Pete and welcome back to my series GarageBand Quick Jams, where in just a few minutes I show you about a cool feature in GarageBand on your iPad or your iPhone. And in this one, we are transposing. We're shifting a bunch of semitones, tones, or even whole octaves between one key and another. So let's dive into the iPad now and take a look. All right, so here's an instrumental track here in GarageBand on my iPad. At the moment, it sounds like this. This is one of the background tracks you may have heard in some of my videos. So it's all virtual instruments. And the good thing about having a track with all virtual instruments is if we want to transpose it, if we want to change the key signature, it's a very simple process. So let's show you how to do that now. All we need to do is tap on the spanner icon in the top right corner like this. And then you can adjust the key signature by tapping on key signature. Now, as long as follow song key is on, we can shift this to a different key signature. Now, word of warning, once you move it, there is no undo. So if you do a bunch of stuff here and then you want to go back, you can't do it. So make a duplicate copy of your song before you start messing with the key signature. But let's say we want to take this from C major to the much more complicated F sharp major. Well, let's tap on F sharp there. And now if we go back to our track and take a listen, it is transposed. It has transposed it up into F sharp major. To go back, we just tap on our little spanner here. We tap again and we go back to C major. And now we are back into our regular C major. Now, if we do things like try to change these to a minor key, it's not really going to do a whole lot. Let's just see if we wanted to make this into D minor. What would it actually sound like? So some of our components there will change, but again, it's not going to change a bunch of it because it's really just shifting the overall sound. So let's bring it back to C major here. So that's great if you've got a whole track, but what if you've got just one track and you want to shift it? So you want to bring it up by like a couple of tones just to get a different sort of sound. So say I wanted to change this organ here. Let's just solo this organ now. If I double tap on this one,
a lot of guys want to change their organs.
Now I can use the transposition here in the middle to transpose it up a number of octaves or semitones or down octaves and semitones. So let's tap the plus button here to take it up an octave and let's have a play. So that sound is now up there. If we tap it again, we go to settings, let's bring it down an octave and then come in here and hit play. It'll go down, and we can not only just do it an entire octave. If we go back to our settings, if we bring it back here to the standard, we can do it a bunch of semitones. So what if we go up 3 semitones here? Well, now you can hear it's gone up by 3 semitones. So this is very cool for if you've got a little riff that you want to use and then you want to shift it up, maybe like 4 tones and then 5 tones. You can put it in like C and then F and then G and then F and then C, and you can move it around your spectrum like that. So it's a very cool option. So there you go. We've got transpose. We can transpose an entire song by using our spanner icon, going into the key signature here and adjusting it there. Or we can tap, we can double tap and then go to settings and then we can adjust it by a number of octaves or number of semitones here using the transposition function. And then
There you go. And you can see I was getting a little bit more professional here with my end screens and everything, with like a window there and the little subscribe icon and all the things there. But yeah, that's transposing. Let's put this to practice because we do need to do some transposing over here on our little ditty that we've got here. So we can use exactly what I talked about there by coming into the settings here and changing our key signature from E flat minor. If we wanted to E flat major, sorry. If we wanted to go back to C major, we can click there, and now we're probably a little bit low there. But if we come back here again, if we go back to E flat minor, it should bring us back up. So what I might do is maybe let's bring us up, rather than go to all the way down there, let's bring us up to G, because I can play a little bit better in G, and it can be up here. Probably don't need this second guitar either, do we? So we'll delete that one out there. But yeah, it's pretty cool. And again, those same transposition functions you can use in here with your settings, where you can actually bring things up and down in there. Where was it? Edit, not settings, edit.
So yeah, we can change the notes here by just manually shifting them around there. Or yeah, it was settings, wasn't it? Where was I not looking at the right spot? Why can't I transpose here? Maybe you can't transpose the guitar. You can definitely transpose some other ones, can't you? No, you can't transpose your virtual instruments here. Only your keyboard instruments? Is that right? Did I lead us all up the garden path? It's not a major issue because you can just move them anyway. But yeah, look, we don't have any transposition on our virtual instruments. Probably because you can't take them all the way down or all the way up or anything like that. But it's no problem because if you did want to change it again, you can just come in here to your edit. You can tap and hold and select. Tap, select all, and then you can just shimmy them to wherever you want. Now yeah, good. I thought, oh no, will the undo work there? It did. All right, cool. So yeah, we'll continue playing around with this track as we go through the rest because we're still probably here another hour, folks. You know what? Oh, it's almost beer o'clock here. It's almost lunchtime. I might have to grab a beer for the last because I know many of you around the world it is the evening time. So maybe we'll crack a cold one as we count down the top 10. There you go. That's a good idea. So this next one here is because it's kind of technically my day. It's like my Sunday today. I normally don't do live shows on Wednesdays, but I did one today because I thought, instead of doing no show, let's just do 4 hours worth of show, hey? Because why not? So let's play this one. This is the follow, tempo, and pitch function. So this is an important one if you're going to use the key signatures and you're playing around in GarageBand. Knowing what you're doing with your follow, tempo, and pitch is super important. So let's take a look at this. If you've used Apple Loops here in GarageBand on your iPhone or your iPad, you're probably aware of the looping and the follow, tempo, and pitch options. But what exactly does follow, tempo, and pitch do? And why would you ever turn it off? Well, in this GarageBand quick tip, I'm going to show you. Let's go. Hi, my name is Pete, and this is Studio Live Today, where I help you create, record, and release your best music. Now, when you're using Apple Loops here in GarageBand, what you'll notice is that when you tap and drag a loop over to your project and release it like this, it does a couple of things. If we tap on this and tap again and go to settings, it will automatically loop, which we've covered in another video, and I've linked that one up above and down below, all about Apple Loops and looping. But the other thing it does is it follow, tempo, and pitch is turned on. So what does this do, and why would you ever turn it off? Let's jump in and take a look now. So in this project, if I go to my settings here, you can see the tempo is quite quick. It's at 160 BPM, and if we play this along with the rest of the loops, it sounds like this. And you can hear there that the hi-hat that I've just added is perfectly in sync. It lines it up on the grid because what it does is it will change both the tempo, and in the case of a melodic sample, it'll actually change the actual key that it's in as well. So that is good in most situations. You want this to line up. Let's just tap it and go to settings and turn it off just so that we can see what it does without that on. Let's play it now. So you can hear it's at a very different speed, and if we take this out of solo, let's take a listen. So if you were going to use this, you wouldn't use this loop in that way. You would make sure that this loop was actually on follow, tempo, and pitch so that it does actually line up with the rest of your song. So why on earth would you ever want it off? Well, let's take a look at another example where you may want to turn off follow, tempo, and pitch. Now for this example, we're going to go back into our Apple Loops, but this time we're going to search for a riser. Now risers are used in beat-driven and electronic music so that we can actually get a bit of a transition between one part and another. So let's scroll down here and let's just audition one of these risers by tapping on it. Oh, that's a bit intense. How about this one? Yeah, I like that one. That's going to be a good riser. So let's tap and drag this into our project now. We need to come down here to a blank track, and we want it to be in this transition point. So we'll drop it in there. So by default, it has looped this. Now, this is the first thing I wanted to show, is that with a riser, or what we call a one-shot sample, so something like just a crash or a riser or something, we don't actually want it to loop as the cops come for me now. We're going to go to settings here. We're going to turn off looping, and we're just going to have that one sample there. So now if we put this right in the spot where we want it, so let's just pop it around about here where we have our transition point, and let's play back these couple of bars. So that is very cool, yeah. So that is fine. It all works fine and dandy. But what if we wanted to actually change the length of this? If you want it to be slower or faster, well, then we can jump into settings here. We can turn off follow tempo and pitch. And now this opens up this speed setting here. So by default, it goes back to its default speed here, which is slightly longer. So we'd want to adjust that. So this will give us a longer rising sound between this transition. Let's take a listen. So there you go, we can do that.
This
then
track's
again,
kind
we
of
can go
fun.
into settings if
Wonder what
you want
happened
it to
to
be
it.
really fast. We can go anywhere up to 2 times or 4 times, or we can make it super slow down to a quarter time, and it will stretch out or compress that sound based on what we actually select there. So let's bring it back there to 1 time, and you can see that, yeah, there it is. So that is where you would use the follow tempo and pitch, is when you're using loop-based sequences, when you've got things where you want to make sure they line up on the grid. If you're using a one-shot sample like this riser, then sometimes you want to not line it up on the grid. You may want to turn off follow tempo and pitch. And there you go. I hope this helps you. There you go. Indeed. Yeah, follow tempo and pitch. Yeah, exactly. I'm still going. I'm going to go for, what was it that Gary said? I'm going to try and challenge Hippie's record. No. See, this is a 3-hour stream. Hippie would be just warming up at this point, whereas I'm winding down. I've got about an hour to go here, because we've still got, how many episodes do we got? We've still got quite a few. Luckily, there's some quicker ones that are coming through here. So the follow tempo and pitch, as I was showing before, we've lost our iPad. We've lost our iPad. Reflector is working okay, but it still is not as reliable as I would like. It's what I use to reflect my my iPad to my screen here. We'll undo, and then we'll plug back in. Yeah, look, at my streaming setup's taken a long time to get to this level, Sion, and it still bugs me, like the thing that you just saw there, with it going away like that. So yeah, just keep going, mate. Just keep tweaking and keep trying. Yeah, I probably need to do what Jay does and use a USB capture card and actually send that through so that I can display it through my PC separately, as opposed to doing it via the reflector, which doesn't always work as well. So the follow tempo and key, if we were using a loop, let's throw a loop in here. I reckon we can put in a bit of a jazzy bluesy loop. Is there anything called blues in here? Oh, there's the Chicago Blues drum set. That'd actually work really well in this track. Let's throw it in. Drag it in. Because this is kind of a brushes kind of sound. So I reckon if we replace our drums with that one, let's take a listen. Yeah, right? And this is where having that, if we go to the settings, what I was showing there, the follow tempo and pitch, if we don't have that on, well, it's not going to be right, is it? Because it's going to be a different tempo. And you know what? I'm actually inspired by that. We'll undo to bring it back. I'm inspired by that. So let's up the tempo, because again, because we've got follow pitch and tempo on here, if we put the tempo up here for everything, let's put it back up to like 120, and we'll get something like this. Good times. So we'll keep building that one out. We'll save it. Remember to save often, because it's GarageBand and it has no auto-save. So we'll save, and then we'll come back out here. Let's learn about trimming loops, because, we use this loop in here. We'll add some more loops in a minute, but let's learn about the loop trimming functions that we have here in GarageBand. The trim function here in GarageBand can be very handy when you're working with loops, but what is it and how do we use it? Well, in this GarageBand Quick Jam, I'm going to show you. Let's go. Hi, my name is Pete, and this is Studio Live Today, where I help you create, record, and release your best music. Now, if you're using loops here in GarageBand on your iPhone or your iPad, you might have noticed that when you tap on your item here, you've got this trim option, an additional option. If you go to a normal waveform, you don't have trim. So what is trim, and how do we use it? Well, let's dive in and take a look now. Let's start with the Apple loop, because this is the easier one to understand. So here is an Apple loop where we've got a 4-bar loop that we've simply looped to make it 8 bars. Now, if we tap on this one and we tap trim, what we can actually do is, instead of using those whole 4 bars, we can determine which part of this we actually want to loop. So if we only want to loop the first bar, we can drag that handle back, and now, instead of repeating those 4 bars, it's just a single bar. So let's take a listen to this. Haven't used this in forever. So it's just going to repeat that. If we hit undo and we go back to the 4 bars, let's take a listen. you can hear that it's using that 4-bar repeating pattern. Now, if we tap here and we go trim again, we can also trim the front handle. So if we just wanted to say these last 2 bars, look what's happened now. It's actually trimmed it out, so it's just playing those last 2 bars over and over again. And then if we drag this back to the start here, we can then actually extend this out by tapping loop again and looping it all the way through to the end here. So you can select any portion. The trim function allows you to select any portion of a loop and loop that portion instead of the whole loop. So if you grab a loop here from your Apple Loops and you don't like the entire loop, you can pull out just a piece and loop it. So let's show you an example of how we do that now. So let's just say that we wanted to bring in this around midnight hi-hat. So we'll tap and we'll drag this in to a new track like that. Now you can see here it's a 4-bar loop. We'll just solo it out here. It's a 4-bar loop that's repeated twice because we've got an 8-bar section here. So let's hit play on this one. But what if we only want a very small portion of this? Well, let's tap on this and let's go to our trim function and let's trim this back. But let's actually go, we're going to zoom in a little bit here and we're just going to trim this back. We only want this first half of a bar. Now if we play this back, so if that was the desired effect we wanted, it's not, but if it was, we could do that. If we want to change this again, we can grab this trim handle and put it back out to 1 bar. So now it would sound like this. And you can see there that you can trim it on either of these handles and you can make it whatever you want. And then that will be the portion of the track that will loop. So you can get some very unique and different effects by using the trim function to chop out just a portion of one of your loops. Now, what about where we've looped a virtual instrument performance like this one at the top here? Well, this is going to be a bit different. If we tap on this and we tap trim, and now we move this handle, you can see here that I've actually recorded a bit more than this originally. So this is something that I recorded in. I recorded 4 bars of this, and then I looped it, but it's got a little bit of my leftover there. So that's probably not the way I want to go, but let's just say I wanted just the first 2 bars of this. Well, then now I've only got the first 2 bars of this track, and if we play it, it's going to repeat that over and over again. And if I wanted this to just be the first bar, then we can play it again. So we can quickly adjust this to be either the full amount or any part of that again. And it works the exact same way here using a virtual loop as it did with our Apple loop down below. Now, a quick note here that if we've got a drummer loop, this won't actually be a function because as soon as you add a drummer loop, you need to go into your drummer settings at the top here and adjust it there. So there's no trim function for a drummer loop, but if you're using a MIDI loop or an audio loop like the Apple loops, it will be there. And if you want to learn more about using drummer, then I've got a video which will be linked up the top right now. There we go. It's cool. So let's use this. Let's use this in our little project that we're working on here because I found some jazz. Let's get jazzed. I found a jazz option here, and this jazz hustle. I hear this in so many GarageBand projects. It makes me happy every time. Have you heard a GarageBand project that has this in it? It's one of the coolest ones, like this jazz hustle stuff. So maybe the sax. It might be a little bit intense for what we're doing here, but if you haven't used Apple Loops before, by the way, you tap in the top right hand here and you go to your Apple Loops. I've just searched jazz and then we'll grab this jazz sax too and put it here. Now this is going to have problems here matching up to our key signature because we've moved it all around the place and sometimes your Apple Loops won't be in the right key, but let's just take a listen out of the box and see what it does. No, it doesn't really work. So, but let's use this trim function to see what we can get out of this. So if we tap it, we tap trim. Let's just trim off. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to use this last little bit here as maybe like a one shot that we can just put somewhere. So if we unloop this, loop it off. Oh, hang on, that looped it. Let's bring it on back. There we go. And then we should be able to go back to trim. There we go. So we just want this one little bit. So maybe we just have this. And then we can actually change this. So then we go to the settings, because I reckon if we bring it up, maybe 2 semitones. So it's just going to do this. Yeah. So let's put this right at the start of it. So like maybe on the second beat here. So it's just going to go. Or maybe at the very start. Maybe it just goes. And then maybe we do a similar one. We like copy it and put it down here. And it's like paste. And then just bring this one up a few extra semitones. And then make it like be like this. Probably needs to go a bit longer. What the heck? What did it do there? It went like oh no, that's right. Let's try it again. Doesn't quite work in there, does it? But yeah, you can see how the trim function can work. You can find bits of loop and do some things there. Yeah, some brass on the keyboard. I definitely need to do that, but we'll see. I'm trying to make it match what we're actually seeing in the videos here. Excuse me. Getting all choked up here. I don't know if that'll last in there, but it's fun to play around with, and it's fun to utilize some of these functions and features. Speaking of which, the sound library. Now, I'll play this, but we might only play a little bit of it because we're short on time, and the sound library is pretty easy to use, because you can just go to Sound Library and download sounds. But let's see what I had to say about it, what maybe back in the day. If you're looking for a whole bunch of additional beats, loops, samples, and instruments for your GarageBand projects, the Sound Library has you covered. So in this video, I'm going to show you how you can access the Sound Library and download additional sound packs in GarageBand. Let's go. Hi, my name is Pete, and this is Studio Live Today, where I help you create, record, and release your best music. Now, the sound library here in GarageBand is where we can download the additional sound packs that Apple release from time to time. So to go to the sound library, we go there. It's just to the left of the keyboard, and we tap on the sound library. And here, we get a display of all of the different packs that are available. So we can scroll down here. Now, if you don't have any of these installed, they'll have a little red new icon on the side of them. To download any of these, we simply tap on them and we go into our download screen. Here you can have a look at all the different content. So this one has 250 Apple loops, 20 Alchemy patches, and 2 additional live loops grids. So to download any of these, we simply tap on the Get button, and then it will go and trigger that download that sound pack. And once it is downloaded, we can use these new sounds in any of our GarageBand projects. And I think that's all we really need to know about that, because it's actually pretty simple to do. And I know if you're watching this, you know what? If you're 3 hours and 15 minutes into a GarageBand marathon, you probably know how to download some sound packs. But if you don't, and if you haven't, then there you go. You now know. Let's come back over here, and I'll show you in here anyway. So if you don't have any of the packs that are in here, you can just come here. Now you can't store these anywhere except on your internal storage. So I know, I'm sorry. It's going to take up a lot of space, and I've got all of them downloaded here. But you can, of course, just take them off and then bring them back in at a later stage if you needed to do something like that. So the sound library has some cool sounds in there, and as you can see, when we come in here, you can actually search by the different sound packs. So if we get rid of that one and we go to genre, no, what is it? I've got to remember how to do this now. Do we turn that off? Is it the descriptors? I can't remember. This is really embarrassing. Filter by, there you go. I knew it was there. Filter by sound packs, and then we can say we just want, say, the songwriter. No, what's one we want to go with here? Transition effects. Let's just want the transition effects. We can now go to just the sound packs, back to Apple Loops, that have just these transition effects in them. So none of these are really going to work for our jazz track here, but let's just find maybe like a. How would we use this? Maybe we put this at the very start of this track. Maybe we just we'll add a section. We'll add a section of 1 bar, and this could be like a record crackle that's coming in at the start of this. So we'll put 2 bars there, and we'll drag this up. Yeah, you can tell once I'm 3 hours in, I kind of lose the plot. So welcome to my brain. I hope you enjoy the stay. All right, all sections there. We'll bring this over here. We'll bring the loop down, and let's just bring this in and make this like an effect that's just going to like bring us into this, as if we're about to we're going to needle drop it, right? What do you reckon? I don't know. I don't think so. And we really need like a cymbal hit at the start there. Anyway, let's go back to the next one. You need to. Does sound a bit like the Pink Panther, doesn't it? Experimentation, exactly. This won't result in an amazing track today, but I'll discover something. I'll learn something by this experimenting process that will help me in a future video, in a future song, or maybe in a future video as well. So, yeah. All right, let's talk about attack and release, shall we? Because this one's important if you're using any of the virtual instruments, and we might use this to do a bit of a string pad. So let's learn about attack and release, and then we'll put it to use in a string pad on this track. Attack and release are two options that you're going to see a lot in music production, but what do they do and how do you use them? Well, in this GarageBand Quick Jam, I'm going to let you know. Let's go. Hi, my name is Pete, and this is Studio Live Today, where I help you create, record, and release your best music. Now, if you've been using GarageBand or really any other digital audio workstation, you've probably come across attack and release in your instruments or your effects. So what do they do, and how do we use them? Well, in this video, I'm going to explain it using the power of the synth instruments here in GarageBand. So let's dive in and take a look. We're in a new project here in GarageBand. I'm going to tap the More Sounds under Keyboard, and under Synth Classics, I'm going to go down to the Plucky Synth, which is one of my favorite synth sounds. It sounds like this. Now, what we need to do first is tap on the Arpeggiator in the top right here and turn it off. It's a very cool option, and I've got a video about how to use it if you want to learn about it. But we don't want it for this one. So now, we've got our synth sound ready to go. Now, if we tap in the top right here on our settings dial, we're going to bring up the different settings. Now, every different synth instrument will have different settings. This one has a cutoff here, which will change our sound, and a mix dial, which mix in how much of the bell sound we get. But then we have these two. We have attack and release. So these are the ones that we want to focus on in this video. So let's show you how we use these now. Firstly, attack, as the name suggests, tells the instrument or effect or whatever we're using how quickly we want something to happen. So in the case of an instrument, it is how quickly the sound will initiate after we tap the key. So let's demonstrate it now. With the attack down very low or very fast attack, as soon as I hit the key, we get that sound. Let's turn the attack up all the way now and do the same. You can hear that it doesn't reach maximum volume for quite a while. It's actually building in a delay between when we actually trigger the sound and when the sound is played. If we put this somewhere in the middle, again, we get a medium level sort of attack sound. And right back to the start, we'll get that really quick attack sound. So let's jump over to release now. Not surprisingly, release does the opposite. This is how quickly the sound will be released after we lift our finger. So for starters, let's put the release very low and take a listen. So you can hear there that as soon as I'm releasing my finger, the sound releases as well. And think about attack is hitting. So think of attack as hitting, release as removing or taking away, releasing the sound. So if we turn the release up all the way now, even though I'm tapping and I'm taking, my fingers aren't on the keyboards now, it gives us that sustained sound because the sound is not releasing for a long time. If we put that somewhere in the middle again, I think we get the hint. All right, so that's attack and release. That's enough, Mr. Man. So that's attack and release, and we'll put it to use over here in our project. So while we were watching that, I've got myself set up here with the Hollywood strings, which I actually love the Hollywood strings. They're just here in your keyboard instruments under synth pads, Hollywood strings, and I think that they actually sound, for a pad, a little bit better than the regular strings. And when you're using a pad, like an instrument like this, if we wanted it to be like a, we'd probably put the attack and the release down, so it's maybe not the release down that far, but we just want, but when we're using a pad, we want it to come in a bit slower, and we do want it to stay on, so we'd probably go. All right, so let's just see, we'll probably want to go down here. Let's hit record on this. 2, 3, 4. All right, so we want to start it on the E there. And I forgot that we had that weird crackle that we've put in there now, so go figure. Two. There you go. So we'll come on back out here. So there you go. We've got our Hollywood string in there, and they're just a nice pad. So we'll turn the volume down to that pad. I'm kind of in love with this weird crackle now. I don't know why. There you go. Righty. So fun, yeah. Good times ahead. But I swear some of those I don't have. Yeah. If you've been into the sound library, you should have all of them. The thing is, sometimes folks get lost because if you've gone into Alchemy Synth, you won't. So we're here in the main area. Sometimes folks get into Alchemy Synth and you forget that if you go back to your main categories, you've got all of these old classic synths and pads and FXs and things that are actually a lot of fun to play with. So just make sure that you're all the way back on the left here to your other one, because a lot of people miss out on all these. They're like, I do a video about the other instruments, like the brass, and they're like, I don't have any of those. And I'm like, are you in Alchemy Synth? And they're like, yes. So yeah, if you go back, then you'll be gold. I'm not saying that you're doing that, but that's something that can be there. Evan says, if you want to laugh, my neighbour works at the Moog factory. Last weekend he threw a party and 30 synth nerds showed up for a bonfire party. So cool to hang out with the icons of the industry. There you go. Is it Moog or Moog? What do you say? I think the official name of the company is Moog. That's how you're supposed to say it, but I say Moog. Because it sounds better. Let's look at the pitch mode for keyboards. So the keyboard pitch mode here. So we started getting into the weeds here, and this could be fun because we could use this for a bit of a synth sound. We could turn this blues track into a synth track pretty quickly. Let's take a look. In this GarageBand Quick Jam video, we're going to be taking a look at the pitch mode here on the keyboard instrument in GarageBand on your iPhone or your iPad. Let's go. Ooh, impressive. Hi, my name is Pete. Welcome to Studio Live today, and in this 70th episode of GarageBand Quick Jam, we're on the homeward stretch.
Pitch mode here on the keyboard instrument in GarageBand. How do we use it? What can it be useful for? And how do we enable it here on our keyboard instruments? Let's dive in and take a look now. Now, right back in episode 1, we talked about the keyboard touch instrument here in GarageBand. And to go to our keyboard, we just, in a new track here, we tap on the keyboard, and we're here in something like our piano, which we can just play. And there's two different modes on our piano, a glissando, which lets us slide up and down the keyboard, and a scroll, which means as we tap and scroll on the screen, it moves up and down the keys. Now, these are the only two options in some of our more standard keyboards, but as soon as we start looking at our synth instrument, we have a third mode, which is pitch mode, and that's what we're going to talk about in this video. So to change our keyboard instrument, on the iPhone, we tap in the top left here, and then we tap on the icon here. On your iPad, it's going to be an icon right in the middle of your screen, and now we can actually scroll down. Now, if you've got Alchemy Synth, you can use one of those, but I'm going to use another synth instrument here so that anyone on any iPad or iPhone can follow along. So let's go to the synth leads, and let's choose one of my favorite ones here, which is the modular lead. It sounds like this. A very cool sound with a bit of a delay on there as well. Now, you can see here it's on glissando at the moment, so it's going to scroll up and down like that. We also have the scroll mode. Sorry, that's like me. That, but we can now select pitch mode, and what pitch mode does is we can actually move between notes, and it's going to change that pitch gradually and actually be like a slide. It's going to be a smooth. So if we tap... Oh yeah, all the Moog apps were free, weren't they? In the App Store recently. We can actually go up and down between two different notes. Now, this is very cool for a lot of electronic music where you don't necessarily want to just play individual notes. You want to move between a couple of notes. So let's show you now how we can use the pitch mode in a practical application in a track here in GarageBand. So here's a track that I worked on in a recent video where I showed the difference between the live loops mode and the tracks mode. And you can check that video. It'll be linked at the top and at the end of the video as well. So at the moment, it sounds like this.
And what I want to do is I want to add a bit of a synth lead in here. After this little swell that happens there, I want to add in a lead instrument. So that's what we're going to do here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to line this back up at the start of the track. I'm going to go back to my instrument here. I'm going to hit record, and I'm going to record in a little bit of a lead part at that point. Let's hit record now. All right, so our part's recorded. Let's go back to our track view and take a look at this. That's pretty cool, yeah? And we're going to demonstrate it now. Okay. Now, it's weird. I know, it must be weird hearing two versions of me. I'm talking to myself quite a bit here. Let's come back over to our track, because you might have heard me experimenting in the background with some... Right? Exactly. This is not really going to work. I just wanted to scare you all, because it's probably late night where you are, so... There you go, now you're scared. Not really. So we probably do need an obligatory funk synth lead. So let's grab a lead here, and we'll use something like maybe the light cycle. Is this going to work in this track? Oh, no, it's got the arpeggiator on. Turn that off. Yeah, let's use the this one. Now we can go back to the chords mode again, the scale mode here, because we know we're in a major blues scale, so we can... And we can even use the pitch mode here in our scale. I don't think this is going to work with this particular track, but we're going to try it, because experimentation, right? I don't know what I'm going to do here, but let's try it. 2, 3. That was just awful, but kind of intriguing. And you can see here, when you use a pitch mode, because you're just moving it around, it literally only has one note here. So it does make it a little bit harder to edit, because you can't. But now we're stuck with this. So let's just see if this is going to work in our mix here. Yeah, it just kind of sits behind, doesn't it? The second half of it's not so cool. Can we do something like chop that, and can we loop that? Will it actually just loop between those, or will it just completely mess it up? Okay, it works well. All right, we're going to go with it. Oh, this is kind of fun, just building up this random track, just using some of these weird 3-year-old tips from this series of videos. Good times. All right, let's go into MIDI loops, because MIDI loops are actually cool, and we can then see if we can find, while I play this, I will get in there and dig around and find a MIDI loop that might work, some sort of jazzy MIDI loop that might work with this track. So take it away, old me. Loops are a great way to build a track here in GarageBand, but you may have noticed that we have these green loops as well as our regular blue wave files. So in this video, I'm going to be explaining what these are and how we can use them here in GarageBand. Let's go. Hi, my name is Pete. This is Studio Live today, where I help you create, record, and release your best music. And if you've been using GarageBand here on the iPhone or the iPad, you've probably played around with loops. They're these sound files that we can tap, drag, bring across into our files, and hit play. And we suddenly have some cool different sounds and loops here in our tracks. But you may have also noticed that as well as these wave file versions, we have these ones here, which are green note symbols instead. So what do these do? Well, these are MIDI loops. So when we tap on these, we get the preview just like we do a regular loop, but let's tap and hold and drag one of these over into our project and release, and look what we have here. We actually get the MIDI note information here in our track, in our project, instead of an actual wave file, which gives us a heap more flexibility. So we can hit play if we want to play this back.
just like a regular loop. But if we tap again, and tap on edit, we can actually come in here now and actually edit the MIDI note data. So this means we've got complete flexibility over what we want to play. So say we wanted to change some of these notes. Now we can actually play this back. And we get a different sound. So we've got the ability to actually edit these notes right here in our MIDI editor. And you'll notice if you look to the side here that it's actually using our piano instrument. So if we tap on the instrument here, we're right here in our piano. So it's just actually programming in information, and there's other MIDI loops that use our Alchemy synths and other instruments with MIDI loops right here in GarageBand. Now, as well as the ability to manually edit these, we can actually come into the settings here in the top right corner, scroll down, and we can actually change the tempo and the key signature here. So if we wanted this to be in a different key, we just tap this, and let's say we wanted this in A major.
Now, we've covered all of this in other things, so we'll actually jump out again and go back over, because you probably heard me experimenting with these. By the way, there's folks like working out that they're living in similar parts of the world here in the live chat. So if you're watching on the replay, check out the chat replays. So it's good times. Apparently, we've got people that live just down the street from each other. There you go. You should have yourself a meetup in my honor and raise a beer in honor of Studio Live today. Let's come in here, because there's so many more of these. So when I made that video like 3 years ago, there was only maybe 50 of these loops. With the new packs, there's actually a heap. And what you can actually do, you can go to your Apple loops, you can filter by, and you can actually filter by type. So you can have all loops on there, or you can just go with your software instrument loops, and then you can come back out to here, and then look, it's all just your green loops. And there's a whole heap of really cool ones here. So what were the ones I was playing with before? They weren't like things like this. I mean, it's not going to work for something like this, because obviously it's already got its like chord progression, but how cool are some of these things? Like, you're just going to have so much. We've got like hi-hats in there and the 808s. Yeah, we've got more of these ones. How cool are they? They're all going to be a little bit too complex. I'm trying to find some simpler ones that we're going to be able to throw here into this track that we've got here. What about some organ? No, see, they're all chord progressions, so it makes it a little bit hard. What about some radiant shimmer synth chords? Oh, hell no. That ain't going to work. Some clav. That's closer. Let's see if we can let's see if we can make this work with our current track. I don't think so. No, see, this is the problem. So it's really not going to work with something like this, because it's not in the vibe. You almost need to start with one of these, yeah, rather than actually try and bring one in and add it into something that's already there. We'll just try one more time. There's nothing in here that's going to be nothing in here that's going to. No, they're all like sort of dancey and funky things that are going to work there. But there's some cool stuff, right? So yeah, that's a bit of a fail, but there's lots of cool stuff in there that could work. And you can, of course, edit it. So like any of your other green MIDI tracks, you can then go ahead and edit them afterwards. There you go. There you go. So I've got an update here. Oh, I've frozen. Oh no. Oh no, we've got the frozen. Well, there you go. I've pushed this to the limit, and it's actually frozen up. So we're going to have to do a reboot here to get ourselves back in. Because what did we last? It was 3 hours, 33 minutes, and 43 seconds that we got to here with this one. And we're going to have to just do a little bit of quick tweaking here, because this has happened a few times before. We are back. Welcome back, me. I hope you enjoyed your chat while I was gone. Yeah. Hopefully you heard me say just before that we're going to reboot and we're going to be back. I pushed things right to the limit and then it just went, whoop, that's not going to work. It said no, computer said no, and it said it's not going to be happening thing. So there you go. What happened was that my Mac crashed. It got to 3 minutes and 33 seconds in, and it just went, that is it. And we got the black screen of doomed. Yeah, well, it wasn't your end. It was 100% my end. But there you go. We're back on board. I'm a glutton. I'm a glutton for punishment. I'm come back to finish off here, and we will reshare the screen here, and we'll get ourselves back up and running. But what I may not do is I may not tempt fate, and the little ditty that we were working on here in the background, this little business, to get through the rest of this one, we might just leave that be for the time being. So we'll jump back on over and go back to our GarageBand quick jams playlist. Give it another few minutes and I'll probably just come back and do this. There you go. Hello, welcome. Hopefully, sorry if you joined halfway through. And hello to Ivan Idea, probably joined halfway through when things were down as well. But we'll come back here. We've only got a few more videos to go to get through the marathon. The same thing happened last week, and around this time, but it was YouTube that crashed. So around this time last week, YouTube completely crashed, and then this time around, it was the other way. So go figure. Let me just share my screen over here. You got to laugh at this stuff. Again, it's not worth worrying about. It's nothing I can do about it. I just need to work out why my Mac just randomly crashes sometimes for no apparent reason. All right, we've done pitch mode, we've done MIDI loops. We're talking about automation here. So this is an important one. Automation is a super handy thing, and yeah, you should be using your automation to get your track sounding sweet, and especially for vocals and for like recorded instruments, automation is the bomb diggity. So let's here we go. We'll full screen this sucker, and we'll come in here and take a look and a listen to this one. This is automation in GarageBand iOS. Let's do it. Are you mixing your track in GarageBand and you can't quite get the volume sounding right? Well, maybe volume automation is something you want to check out. Automation lets us actually actively change the volume up and down as the track actually plays. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to use automation to automate your tracks. Let's go. Hi, my name is Pete and welcome to Studio Live today, where I help you create, record and release your best music through tips, tricks and tutorials. So if that's the sort of thing you're into, consider subscribing. But today, we're looking at the automation feature in GarageBand because it can be really tricky to get your tracks sounding at the right volume level in the mix. So in this video, I'm going to give you a quick guide to all the things you can do with automation. Let's jump in and take a look now. This is one of my recent tracks here in GarageBand. At the moment, it sounds like this.
Smell of frustration.
So we've got our vocal track here, and what I'm going to do is show you how we can use automation to change up the vocal sound, to fade out the vocal sound, and to remove some breaths from our vocals. Now, this is part of my Quick Jam series, which means it's going to be a crash course in automation. If you want to learn more about automation, there's a video linked up the top there and in the description you can check out. But let's dive in now and start automating this track. To enable automation, we need to tap right here on the microphone icon. And when we tap on that, we get this set of options. Now, what a lot of folks do when they're starting out is they'll tap out here and then tap and get this set of options. That's not what we want. We actually want to come here, tap right on the icon of the instrument or the vocals, and then tap the automation button. And this is going to take us into our automation section. Now, to add an automation point, we need to slide in the top left to turn this lock off. And now we can actually add in points. So let's tap a point just before the start of this track, right on the very start of the track, and then right at the end of this section, and then maybe another one here. And what you can actually do now, if we slide in the top left, we can move either the points or the lines. So let's show you both of these now. Say we wanted to increase this whole section, where we tap in between these 2 points and we can drag up or drag down. And if we drag up, this is going to increase the volume of that particular section. So let's play this, and you'll hear that it'll go from a higher volume down to a lower volume.
Golden, then why are you loud? Don't take all of my time.
So
So you can hear there that we had that degrading volume there. We could do the same if we wanted it to be much lower, which is probably more what we would want to do in this case. So we'll tap off that to get rid of it. Just tap out of there. We can also change the point. So if we grab just the point here, we can actually move this, and this gives us more finite control of exactly how much we want to fade it up and down, and we can move these points around. So just keep these in mind that every point is a volume control, and you can see when you tap and hold, it tells you what volume that is at. So you can have it anywhere down from its original volume here right up to your +6 dB that you can have there. So you can play with your volume and get that sounding
Only
right.
4.
And that's the
4 to go.
simplest way to utilize automation here in GarageBand. Another common use of automation is to remove breath sounds in our tracks. So if we take a listen to this vocal soloed here, take a listen between these two phrases. For you. So there's a big breath in there, yeah. So what I can do is if I'm
Breath
not happy with
removal
that,
is
and sometimes it's going to
probably
be
the best
okay with the
use
rest
of
of your instruments, but
automation,
let's say I wanted to
in my
remove
humble
that.
opinion.
Again, we're going to slide in the top left here. We're going to tap a spot here. We're going to tap a spot here. And what I like to do is put a little triangle here. So I'll tap a spot in the middle. I'll then slide off in the top left, and I'll pull down this triangle and maybe bring it across a little bit. And maybe bring this one across just so it's right on the start of that one there. And this gives us a little volume down and volume back up again between these phrases. Let's play this now. I don't have much left for you, so don't. So you can hear there that the breath sound doesn't go away completely because you're not bringing it down to 0 and you're not leveling it all down, but it's just a nice little way to get a little bit less breath sound there and to remove some of those breaths in your vocal sound. And the third way that we're going to show you in this video is to fade out. So you can see on this second track here, I've already done this. So at the very end of a song in particular, you generally want to fade out any sounds. So vocals, guitars, any other sounds that you have there. So listen to this one. We'll play this back. For you. And you can hear there that after that final U sound, it'll slowly fade away. Otherwise, you're just going to hear me scratching and breathing and doing other things there. So that is the 3 most common ways you can use automation. Now, as I mentioned, there's a heap of other ways.
Don't have my microphone up. There are indeed, and you can check those out on the channel. So automation is probably, once you find automation, if you haven't used it before, you'll be like, how did I ever make music without using automation? Even if you just use it for fading out, even if you just use it for the occasional bit of breath removal, it really does work well. So yeah, I recommend experimenting and learning how to use automation. Yeah, so we don't have 14 left. We've only got 4. We're at number 73. We've got 70. Hang on, what are we at? Oh wow, I've just found an error here. I've got two 74s. We've got 73, 74, 74, 75, 76. That's weird. I don't know what I've done with my numbering here, but looking at my thumbnails here, I've called 2 different ones number 74. So we'll play the first 74, and then we'll play the second 74. Now, this one's important. Most of you will know this, yeah? Most of you will know that you've got the recent and the browse tabs, and you want to make sure that you don't use the recent tab. I'll tell you what. Let me from the past explain to you why this is the case.
Does your GarageBand look like this, where you can't use the select and you can't actually change any of the options? Well, there's a very simple solution for this, and in this video, I'm going to show you. Let's go. So the GarageBand interface here has 2 different views. There is a recent view and there is a browse view, and you can change between these 2 at the very bottom, but it can be quite easy to get stuck in one and then you're trying to do something that you can't do. So let me show you now. Down at the bottom here, we're in the recent tab, and you'll notice here that all we can do is open and select all of these different documents. We can scroll down to see shared documents, and we can see all of our local documents at the top here, but this isn't the view that we generally want to work in. It's handy for opening projects we've just worked on, but we want to be able to get some more options. All we need to do is tap on this browse button in the bottom right corner, and now we've got all of our file locations down the side, but importantly, we've got this select button in the top right. We can tap on select, and now we can actually do some things. We can tap on our projects here and look at these options down the bottom here. We can share them, duplicate, move, and delete our items. So if we want to share this item, we just tap the share button, and we can go ahead and do that. If you need to learn how to share and how to import and export all of the things in GarageBand.
This is going well, isn't
it? Of videos on the channel. One linked up the top there, and a bunch more down in the description that you can check out if you're first learning GarageBand. But I wanted to show you this one because the question I get asked a lot is, hey Pete,
I can't even find where it actually is. Here on my Mac. I think this is telling me that, you need to finish off soon here, Johns. Because, I've got this playing in a window on Chrome. This came up, and then the Chrome window went away. So let's get rid of this again. I was trying to tempt fate, and I knew I would be. But I'm here on my Mac, and then I'm trying. Yeah, Pete is getting tired. I'm trying to bring it on back, and none of the options here are actually that window. All right, here it is. There it is. Okay. We're finished up. Thankfully, it was a pretty simple one. It was just about the recent versus the browse tabs. All right, I'm not going to do that. I was going to try and go back so we could play more of my Jamfest tune, but I'm not going to now because that didn't work well. Yeah, the bottom line of that one is if you're in the recent menu, you don't have you don't have access to a bunch of the options. You want to actually make sure that you're in the browse tab because otherwise you can't share, you can't select things, you can't duplicate, you can't do much. So if you're used to just loading up GarageBand, going into the recent, you're like, I can't do any of the things, then just go to the browse. All right, let's go to multi-select because this one is super handy. And I've showed this in a few other ones as we've gone through. But multi-select will let you select multiple things, funnily enough. And it makes it easier when you're moving stuff around. So if you'd like to learn about this, let's do so right now. Did you know that not only can you select individual pieces of audio here in GarageBand, but you can actually use multi-select to select a whole bunch of audio at once? Well, in this video, I'm going to show you how. Let's go. Hi, my name is Pete, and welcome back to my GarageBand Quick Jam series, where in just a couple of minutes, I show you a cool feature here in GarageBand on your iPhone or your iPad. Now, in this one, if you already know this, you're going to be nodding along with me. If you don't, I'm about to change your world, because you may be aware that if we tap on an item here and we tap again, we have all of these options. We can cut, copy, split. We can do a bunch of stuff on just that item. But did you know that we can also select a bunch of different items? The way we do that is we tap outside like this, and then we drag this big rectangle over all of our items, and then these are all selected. So if we want to move them, we just tap and hold, and we can move everything together. How cool is that? What if we want to split these items? No problem. We can tap on just one of them. Now if we tap the split button up here, we get our split head. If we move this to say bar 4 here, drag down, look at that. We have split all of these tracks at exactly the same spot. Very, very cool. We can even do funky things like looping. Let's just do another rectangle splitting
here.
multiple tracks.
We'll tap all of these together. We'll tap again. Now if we hit the loop option here, it loops all of these to the rest of our tracks.
Looping,
so you can see here, it's very powerful. It's a very cool way to select everything and manipulate our audio here in GarageBand. But there's another way to do it, which I'm going to show you now. So we're here in a more complex track. Now, usually you'll be able to use that same method because you'll have this bottom area if you want to select everything. But what if you want to only select a couple of tracks here? Well, what we can do is if we tap and hold with one finger, we can then grab a different finger and tap any other items here like this, and they will all now be selected. And anything we do to these now will only impact these items that we have selected. To unselect, we just tap out of there and we're back to selecting individual items. So it's a great way, if we want to impact a couple of different tracks at once, we can use this method to select, say, just these two tracks. And if we wanted to adjust something in here, we wanted to come in, we wanted to split, we wanted to use any of these options, we can manipulate all of these tracks and even move them around just by selecting them using multi-select. Let's finish up with a practical example. So let's just say that this drum track, I wanted to move over to bar 1. Now, ordinarily, I could tap and drag each one of these individual pieces, and it's going to take me a long time to do all that, yeah? But let's undo that. Undo, undo. What we can do is tap outside here, drag a big rectangle across all of these, tap on this one, drag it over to bar 1, and there you go. They've all moved together. I hope you can see how powerful this is, being able to select not just one, but a whole bunch of different pieces of audio and manipulating them all together. If you want to check out some...
Yep. The multi-select and then being able to split things like that, is super handy, and being able to move things around. Like when you've got a project and you're like, oh man, I wanted to put sections here. I want to throw in a bridge between this verse and this chorus, but all my tracks they go across both of the spots. Then yeah, use the split option, split all the way down them, and then just shimmy them apart. You can throw a section in there. It works. It's golden. So yeah, enjoy that one. All right, we got 2 left. This one's a bit of a longer one, so I'm going to take a quick comfort stop so we can come back and finish strong with the last 2 videos here. So this one is all about drum timing. If you're creating drums in GarageBand, you'll want to stick around for this one, because getting your drum timing right can be the difference between a sloppy, crappy track and a track that is right on the grid, right in the pocket, sounding great. So let's jump in and take a look and listen at some drum timing tips here in GarageBand. Let's go. Drums here in GarageBand are awesome. They're fun to play and they're really great for your tracks, but sometimes it can be really hard to get them to line up on the grid. So in this video, I'm going to give you some tips that are going to help you with your drums here in GarageBand. Let's go. Hi, my name is Pete and welcome to Studio Live today, where my goal is to help you create, record and release your best music. And if you've been using drums here in GarageBand, you may have noticed something a bit strange, and that is that sometimes you'll play your drums in and then when you play back, they won't sound the way you played them. So in this video, I'm going to give you some tips that is going to help you fix that problem, and hang around to the end because I've got a couple of bonus tips that I'm going to throw at you as well that will really help your drum sound. Let's jump in now. So to demonstrate this one, I'm going to record in a drum beat, and then I'll show you some of the options that we can select that are going to make it sound really good. So let's hit record and record in some drums. All right, we've recorded in 4 bars there of our drums. We'll go back to our track view here, and here we are. There are our drums recorded. Now let's play these back and take a listen to how they sound. Now, I don't know about you, but that didn't sound anything like what I played. Now, what is the problem here? Well, it's the automatic quantization that GarageBand puts on your track. Now, quantization is just a fancy word for lining it up on the grid. The good news is we can turn that off, and we can even use a different type of quantization to make things a little better. So let's tap on the mixer icon here in the top left. If you're on a smaller device, it may be on the top right. And then we're going to tap track settings and quantization. And what you'll see here is that we have a straight 1/16th note quantization automatically enabled here on our drums. That's because GarageBand doesn't trust you and it wants to help you line up your drums. Now, this can be a good thing if you're playing a straightforward drum beat with no swing rhythm, but if you as soon as you try to swing it or add some triplets or add anything fancy, it's going to sound terrible. So we've got a couple of options here. We can take the quantization off. Let's tap on none. Now if we play back, take a listen. Our nice swing rhythm is back, but you'll also notice that we have triplet and swing quantization. So let's tap on swing. Now, if we knew that we were swinging this on the 8th note or the 16th note, we can actually tap on these. So let's go 1/8 heavy swing and hit play. Brian, what's his name? That guy?
So that's sounding pretty good. If we wanted to make it a bit lighter and to not sort of line it up on the 8th note but the 16th note, let's try this one and hit play. So again, you can hear there that it's not working as well. So we definitely needed the heavy swing and probably around the 8th note. So that's a quick and easy way to fix that problem. You can either turn it off if you trust your own playing and you want it to be exactly as you played it, or you can use some of our other quantization options to get yourself a better performance. But let's jump in and actually see what's happening here under the hood and why this is such a great feature and why you should be playing around with quantization. So let's quickly jump into the edit mode here. We're going to tap on our drums here, tap again, and tap edit. And this will bring us into the MIDI note editor. If we zoom in by spreading our fingers, you can see here that all of these notes are the drum notes that we hit. Now, they're kind of all over the place here because we did a swing rhythm and, you know, my timing's not perfect. So you can see here that this one here is like just after the beat here. If we come down to, say, beat number 3 here, these ones here are just before. So I played those just before. There's the crash. and the kick drum. So I can manually adjust these by just dragging them across like that, and then they'll be right on the beat. So that's one way to actually adjust your drums, is to come in here and manually adjust them. But let's just see what quantization actually does. So if we tap on the mixer again, go to track settings, go to quantization, let's go that straight 16th note that it put on by default, and now let's go back in and see what it's done to our drums. So we'll go into the edit mode here. Here's our edit window. And now, remember those beats? Yep, here's that number 3 beat. Now it's right on the beat. And if we go back to the start here, yeah, all of our notes here are right on the beat. So that's why you get that really robotic sound like this. Which may be what you're looking for. If you were trying to play a straightforward rock beat, hey, straight quantization is going to be your friend. Let's hit done. Let's go back to our quantization, and we're going to take a look at the swing quantization and see what this actually does. So that 1/8 heavy swing, again, we'll tap here, we'll tap edit, we'll come back into our notes here. So now, yes, it's still lining things up, and you'll notice it only lines up the start of the note. So it won't line up the back of the note. It'll let that go out as far as it needs to, but it lines up the front. But some of these, like this kick drum hit, are not right on the grid, and that's because we've added in that swing feel to our beat. And again, if we play this back,
got that swing.
those snares are on the nice beat that we wanted them there. So they're not right on the beat. They're that swing rhythm that we wanted. So that's what's happening here behind the scenes. GarageBand is actually moving your notes around. And when you add quantization, it'll move them. As soon as you take it off, it'll take it away. So it's not making any permanent changes. And that's the important thing to keep in mind here, is that you can come back, you can change your quantization, you can turn it off at any time. And it's seriously the number one thing that a lot of folks struggle with drums, is they'll play them in, they won't sound like they played them, and then they'll get frustrated. All you need to do is come into quantization, turn it off, and your drums will sound exactly as you played them.
We'll leave it there, because I do talk a little bit more about some other things about your drum timing, which you can go in there, more about your velocity sensitivity, which we've already covered in a previous video in this series. So guess what? We're nearly there. We're nearly at episode 76, which is the very last one that we'll be going through here. And we've been here for 4 hours, which means that the total is nearly 8 hours worth of of live show over the last one and over this one, which is a long time to be here, right? There you go. Phil Goen says, "Hey everybody, a thing I've started doing is taking MIDI drums like this and re-recording them through a mic'd amp. Getting interesting results, enjoying experimentation is the key. We keep saying it, right? Experiment. Hypnotic Transmission says, "Are you doing more in-depth mastering methods? I tried some of the tricks and purchased an app, but still mentally tolling." The thing with mastering is, don't overthink it. Like, really, if you've mixed a track really well, mastering should really just be making sure your volume's competitive. If you're needing to do a whole bunch of EQ, a whole bunch of compression, a whole bunch of tweaking in the mastering phase, you probably need to spend a bit more time with mixing. So, yeah, I would check out the videos I have here on the channel on mixing and mastering. There's a whole bunch of them here if you search my name. So if you go to your YouTube search and you type Pete Johns Mastering, which I'm doing right now as we speak, and you jump in over here, yeah, you've got GarageBand mastering and how to do it for free. You've got my complete guide to Final Touch there, which is worth having a look at too. Some practical examples of mastering that I've been doing on iPad. So yeah, there's a heap in there that you can try and that you can learn the ways that I use anyway. Not necessarily the right way for everyone, but it's the way I do it. So that is one option. The other thing you can do, and this is a good segue, because before we finish up, if you are new to GarageBand, I can't type. I'll use the cheat code. Oh, it's not going to work. If you go to studiolivetoday.com/courses, and if you do it a little bit more coordinatedly than I did just then you'll be able to check out my GarageBand Beginner's Guide. Now, I do have an advanced guide coming soon, still in the works. I'm trying to get it together. I'm sorry it's taking so long. But yeah, this is my Beginner's Guide, $10, and you get complete access. 5 hours of curated content about recording, mixing, mastering, releasing your music using GarageBand. So if you are interested in getting a bit of a kickstart and a bit of a head start, head over to studiolivetoday.com/courses, and you can check out my GarageBand Beginner's Guide. We have just crossed the 4-hour mark. I don't know how people do these long streams. It takes it out of me, takes its toll. So I'm going to finish off in just a moment with this very last one. We'll play this last video and then we'll come back and I'll let you know what's happening over the weekend here on Studio Live today, because we've got a big weekend coming up. So finally, a simple one, but an effective one. How do you change the instrument in GarageBand iOS? Let's take a look and a listen. If you're creating a song here in GarageBand on your iPhone or your iPad, but the instrument you've chosen is just not doing it for you, in this video, I'm going to show you how you can quickly and easily change up that instrument to a different sound and make your tracks really pop. Let's go. Hi, my name is Pete and welcome to Studio Live today and another GarageBand Quick Jam video. In this one, I'm going to show you how to change the virtual instrument on your track. So if you've watched any of the previous videos, you'll know that we've got a heap of instruments here in GarageBand: keyboards, organs, synth sounds, and a whole lot more. But what if you've chosen a sound and then want to change it? Well, no problem. It's super simple to do. And in this video, I'll show you how. So here we are in GarageBand. This is my track called Imagination, and I've got a few virtual instrument tracks here. And at the moment, it sounds like this. But what if I wanted this synth keys to be something a bit different, this synth piano? Well, all I need to do is actually tap here in the top left on the keyboard icon, and then right here in the middle where it's got faded keys, I can tap on that one, and I can choose any other instrument, anything here from where I am, or I can select anything from here. I can even go all the way back to my main categories and pick anything I like. So I can choose any different instrument. I can go into my synth pads, my FX, even other instruments. So what if this was to be a French horn? Well, we can choose that and find out if we wanted the French horn instead. Yeah, maybe not right, but it's all good because we can change it again. We just tap in the middle there and we can go back to something else. What if we go back into our Alchemy synth and we wanted another synth organ here? What about something like our clean organ sound from the Flex and Flow pack? Hit done there and then hit play. Not bad. Something interesting there. Now, if you are on an iPhone as opposed to an iPad, it's going to be in a slightly different location. And you can see that on your screen now. You need to go to the top left once you're in your instrument and then drop that down, tap on that, and you can change it there. It's very simple to do, and it gives you so much flexibility because any of these different sounds can actually be changed up and made anything that you want them to be. So we can change up any of our other sounds. If we wanted something, this soul organ, if we wanted this to be something different, same thing. We tap on the keyboard, we tap here in the organ, we can change it to an electric piano, anything else that we like, and suddenly we've got some very different sounds in our track. And there you have it. 4 hours, 4 minutes. We've gone just over 4 hours, mostly because we had that little crash there, which we recovered from because, yeah, there's not much you can't recover from in the digital world, especially using StreamYard. So thank you to StreamYard for allowing me to do something like this and then come straight back to things again. I've just posted here in the chat this link because Your Music Live episode 50, yes, 50. We've done 50 Your Music Lives, and that is coming up this weekend. So there it is. Get your reminders set now. So hit the little set reminder button there. I'm going to do it for myself just to make sure that I'm there. So yeah, 6:30 a.m., but that's my time on Saturday. It's actually going to be at 2 p.m. Pacific time, 5 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. We're probably going to go over the 2 hours then too. We're probably going to go, Tom, if you're doing a live show afterwards, probably going to go 2.5 hours. I'll be in touch because we've got a bunch of stuff to do, some special exciting things that a lot of folks have already started telling me about that they want to contribute for show number 50. So that should be a whole lot of fun. And don't forget again, if you would like to check out the course there, just $10, 5 hours, curated content. It's all there at studiolivetoday.com/courses. The other things coming up, so I've got a couple of videos from the archives that I'm going to share over the next couple of days. I've got a video where I went to a They Might Be Giants concert from a couple of years ago. That's going to be out there. We've also got a few clips from GarageBand Weekly. That'll be our videos for the next couple of days. And then the next time I will be live is in 3 days' time for Your Music Live. So I do hope you can join me there. And then Gussie Wells has slipped in just at the very last minute to say g'day. Hope you're doing well. Thank you to you. Thank you to Clayton Von Kluge, Kim, Tom, Phil. Who else do we have? Evan was here. We had a whole bunch of people. Ivan, thanks for dropping in. Jade Star. I'm just scrolling up here trying to find Huska, a whole lot of other folks that were here. Thank you everyone for being here. I hope you had a good time. I hope you learned a few things or enjoyed just the casual hangout here. We won't do these too often. Normally 1 hour or 2 hours is absolute maximum for me on a live show, but this was an absolute blast and a lot of fun. So thank you all for being here. You know what we say at the end of every show? We say the same thing, and it's to be kind to yourself. I'm going to be kind to myself by going out for a walk and getting some exercise and some health and fitness into my life, because I've been sitting on my ass for the last 4 hours. Be kind to others. Because why not? Like, seriously, you only got one life to live. Do the best you can with it and be nice to other people and keep creating, because that's important too. Thanks for being here. I'll see you on the next one. Ciao for now.